Sidelines are packed. The fans are in the stands. It's game night. From the Duneland to the Northwest Crossroads,
Hit hard from the backside. It is a
the Greater South Shore,
inside the 20, the 10. He will score.
and the Great Lakes.
And there he goes. Goodbye touchdown.
Our team of correspondents are covering every highlight, big play, and more.
He's got time. Look at end zone. Deflected and picked off.
From the game of the week to the beef of the week and scoreboard updates every 20 minutes, our in-studio team keeps the chains moving
First down
until the final whistle blows. Now, time for the kickoff on game night.
November is here. We're having a little bit of technological difficulties here. A little bit of issue. Can you hear me? Am I on air here? We're going to go ahead and go to break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Now, back to the action here on game night.
All right, sorry about that, folks. A little bit of technological difficulties to start off the show, but that's okay because we'll get there because November is here, and that means one thing. Sectional championships are among us. One team will leave with the trophy, while the others will go home empty-handed. And for the last time this season, this is Game Night, sponsored by Purdue Federal Credit Union. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, bringing you 4 hours of sectional action. Tonight we have Andrew Johnson manning the switches. Steve Schmidt will join us with scoreboard updates, and of course, the legend himself, Wayne Svetanoff. Wayne, are you as excited as I am today?
Sectional championships are always exciting. I really think that this is a big night for the kids. They all are ready to go. Big rivalries and stuff.
Sure.
But down the road, they know if they win, they move on.
We've got a little bit of audio difficulties here. We're working through it here. So one thing I wanted to talk about today is some of the amazing action that we have today. We have the Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, which is going to be the Valparaiso hosting Michigan City game today. That is going to be a very exciting game here.
Yeah, that game right there, Valparaiso, Michigan City. Michigan City comes in at 6-4. Valpo comes in at 5-4. But yet, you can't. This is championship week. This is when you play to your best possibilities. And certainly this is going to be a good matchup. It's at Valpo, but it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how Michigan City comes back here. They had a tough game last week, and they were in a circumstance where they won 6-5. Their star quarterback went down with an injury, a scary situation.
Yeah.
Had to be stretchered off the field,
Yeah.
but luckily it was considered a stinger. Mm-hmm. And that is something that is not a very comfortable injury to have, but it's something that's relatively risk-free.
Okay.
So it's good to have him back. I think that they could galvanize this Michigan City team, and they could rally behind this.
Tyler Bush is an excellent quarterback.
Yes.
There's no doubt about it. He's had a wonderful season for Michigan City. You got to... Excuse me. You have a halfback in Jaden Hart that is going to Syracuse.
Right.
They've got the potential to put some points on the board. Now, is their depth as good as Valpo? But the other thing is, and this is the big question that certainly Coach French over there is going to challenge his players with. We've had troubles all season long holding on to the ball.
Right.
Turnover. And if there's anything that will stop, a team, it's getting down into that, 20, 25-yard line, all of a sudden turning it over.
Turn it over, or a bad penalty.
Yes,
right.
yes.
Drive killers.
So we're going to see tonight how that, Valpo defense can maybe force some turnovers.
It'll be interesting to see. Valpo's defense has really come around. They struggled early in the year against Penn, but a lot of teams struggle against Penn early in the year. But also, if you're Michigan City and you're being motivated here, don't you want to be the team to knock off Valparaiso, who's the defending state champions in your class? That is an added bit of motivation for the Michigan City Wolves.
It certainly is. And the fact that, this is a state championship team from last year, anytime you can, beat Valpo in this type of a situation, that makes everything you've done in the season secondary.
Absolutely.
People will remember this game over anything else you have done. So, yes, is there motivation? Oh, yeah. Hopefully, they can control those butterflies that they're having right now and play air-free. That's the key.
That's the key. And let's not kid ourselves here. Valparaiso is a prohibitive favorite in this game. Yeah. They should win this game, but, any given Friday, we've heard the term any given Saturday, Sunday, whatever. Any given Friday, that ball is oblong. It bounces strange. You never know what can happen in a game like this.
And you're talking about a team that has suffered their own injuries, and that is, the Davis young man, Terrell Davis. He is a superstar. He's going to be really an excellent college player.
Sure.
But Valpo is deep enough. Tommy Burdick comes in, and he has, for 2 straight years, he's taken Davis's place, and he's filled that spot so excellently.
Yeah, admirably. So he's been a tremendous asset for the Vikings there. And, in a game like today where Valpo wants to control the ball, limit the offensive opportunities for the Michigan City Wolves, he's going to play a big part of that. So we have that was our Sacred Dunes game of the week, Michigan City at Valparaiso. Our beef of the week this week is Lake Central at Crown Point. Another game that on paper may be a little lopsided, but I think Lake Central's looking to knock off the Giants here.
This is definitely a huge game. Crown Point comes in 10-0. And Lake Central comes in 5-5, but Lake Central is getting healthy.
Yes.
The X-Man is back.
Yes, he is.
And I can foresee Lake Central, going Xavier right, Xavier left, Xavier right on runs. This young man committed to Iowa.
Right.
But this young man is excellent. Now, the problem is, number one, Crown Point did not get off to a good start last week.
No.
They made a huge adjustment at halftime and really dominated that game last week. Lake Central has to get off to a good start.
Yes.
I don't care if it's 3 points. I don't care if it is, 6 points and a missed extra point. They need to put points on the board
first.
Yes. You always want to start fast, right, Coach? You coach basketball for many years. You know how it is. You want to make sure you get that ground, you hit the ground running, and you get the lather going. You make sure that you have the right positive momentum here.
Right.
And Lake Central, if they have some positive momentum at this onset here, who knows? Maybe Crown Point gets on their heels a little bit. Maybe they have a striker's chance with a Division I, Big Ten running back on their team, and he's healthy. He missed a few games with some injuries.
Yes.
He's healthy. He's back. This is going to be a lot of Xavier Williams in this game, I suspect.
I really think so. And that offensive line for Lake Central has to move the defensive line to get Xavier into the backfield there.
That's easier said than done, though.
Of course.
Yeah. Crown Point's defense has been incredible this year.
Yes, they have.
They are big, strong kids, and they get after the ball.
Noah Ehrlich for Crown Point's their quarterback,
Right.
and then their superstar is Larry Allison.
Yes.
What a runner he is. He had a great game last week. And it was in the second half.
Yeah.
The Crown Point struggled, like I said, in the first. So I'm sure Coach Bazia has preached all week. We need to get on the board early, and we need to dominate early.
Yeah, absolutely. What more can you ask for from Crown Point? They did start a little bit slow, but they exercised some of those demons, beating Lafayette Jeff, a team that had been giving them fits, here the last year or two. This is an excellent momentum boost for Crown Point, and now they have a friendly foe. Or not a friendly foe, a foe that they're familiar with.
Not friendly.
Not friendly, right. And Crown Point won that first matchup, 38-12. It wasn't a running clock or anything like that. It was, if I remember correctly, it was fairly close until the end. And then Crown Point ended up just overpowering Lake Central.
Right.
It could be very interesting to see, how much stock as a coach do you put that into this type of scenario?
Well, very honestly, if I'm Lake Central, you put a lot of stock on you. You're saying, hey, they're embarrassed this last time we played. We're better than that. We're healthy right now.
Sure.
We need to go out and show people that we deserve to be here. Crown Point, on the other hand, I'm sure that Coach Bazia is reminding them, we played horribly against Jeff in the first half.
Yeah.
So this is something we don't want to come in here, get way behind, and then let Lake Central dominate the time of possession, and that could be the key.
Absolutely. And, these are two teams that like to control the line of scrimmage, and they like to control the ball. So that's going to be interesting. That's going to be that hard-hitting, smash-mouth, slugfest type of football that I love here in Northwest Indiana. Speaking of a team that is one of the high-flying offenses in Northwest Indiana, we've got Hanover Central. They are at West Lafayette. This is a huge game, potentially the biggest game in Hanover Central's history. They're 11-0, but they're playing a very tough West Lafayette team on their home turf. This one could be a very interesting game.
That could really be an interesting game. And this is kind of the opposite of the last game, Crown Point and Lake Central. Hanover Central is going to try to get the ball in the air. They're going to try to score quickly. And it is a good day for that. A little windy, but still, Hanover can overcome that because they also have a running game. This Caden Verrett is outstanding as a running back for Hanover Central. And then when you put Matt Coots in there as their quarterback, who can run and throw, and a lefty, I don't know if that's I don't know if that's an advantage. Do you think that being left-handed is...
The ball spins the other direction. But I've always said this when I was playing defense. A left-handed quarterback, they move differently. You're used to a quarterback moving one way, so a left-handed quarterback, he moves differently. But it's not just how he moves. He's good.
Yes.
He's putting up huge yardage. He can move that pocket. He can run. He can pass. He's got a cast of characters around him that can really do some damage on the offensive side of the ball. But they're not just offense.
Oh, no.
Their defense is shutting people out. They're getting running clocks left and right. Almost every game this season has been a running clock.
They've got Clareton Foy, is that?
Yeah.
Foy,
yes.
Okay. He is just big. He's quick on the defensive line.
Sure.
And he needs to get to West Lafayette's quarterback. If he can get in that backfield, put pressure on them, that could really help Hanover Central today.
Absolutely. All right, before we continue with some of the other games on our schedule today, we've got Dr. Reed Amons with an On the Field for our Beef of the Week. Maryville at Morton. I'm sorry, not our Beef of the Week, just an excellent game there. Maryville at Morton. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Another beautiful night for some high school football, sectional championship. played throughout Northwest Indiana and throughout the state. So definitely looking forward to the football tonight. Nice weather for it. Can't complain about that. So really looking forward to a really good matchup here between Maryville and Morton. A couple teams that don't get a chance to play each other all that often. So it's been a few years. So I'm really looking forward to see how these two teams will match up tonight.
Dr. Reed, I'm so impressed with Maryville in the sense that they are so balanced offensively and defensively. As the season is ending for our show and things, you kind of look at, what players really stand out. And as good as Maryville is at 7-2, you look at that and you say, okay, who are the really, really outstanding players? Well, we know that Pope, young man, the quarterback, is good. We know that Stevens, the halfback, is good. We know now that Peters at wide receiver is good. There's no one person you can really focus on to try to take away that the other people can't, help out and just, help out, to play.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Wayne. And you didn't even mention the likes of Jacarius Johnson,
right?
Who really is,
yes,
led Maryville in rushing this year and didn't even play last week. Was out of the game, and yet Maryville didn't miss a beat. And you're exactly right. So as you get into the tournament play, that's exactly what you need. You need to have a well-balanced offense, be able to throw the ball when you have nice nights like tonight, and you're going to get a chance to move the ball down the field through the air. But at the same token, that when there's inclement weather, which can often happen this time of year in Northwest Indiana, you do have to be able to run the ball and control it, and hang on to a lead at the end of a game and a nice tight game in tournament action. And defensively, we knew certainly the defensive line and really the front seven for the Maryville Pirates was going to be strong this year. They'd return pretty much every defensive starter along that defensive line to start the season. But really the defensive backs have really come into their own now here late into the season. And so the defensive line is able to get some pressure on the opposing quarterback. And there's been several interceptions by some of those defensive backs for Maryville. And really the kicking game and special teams has really been a strength of the Pirates here. So I would say Coach Cease has his team peaking at the right time. That here in tournament play, they're starting to play some of their best football of the season. There'll be a very tough out going forward, and who knows how this tournament will end up.
Sure. And so, Dr. Reed, speaking of peaking at the right time, this Hammond-Morton team has really come on strong here to end the season. How are they going to match up with the Pirates?
Yeah, I think when you get into tournament play, and certainly this time of year, you get to the sectional championship, into the regional, into the semi-state, it's certainly going to be that you have to be able to possess the ball. You cannot turn it over. You do not want to give your opponent excellent field position, because those possessions become all that more important. Each and every possession is going to be critical for Morton tonight. So they need to, first of all, not turn the ball over. Secondly, they need to have productive plays on first down. They need to be playing in front of the chains. They need to advance the ball on first down and not move backwards with a silly penalty or a sack or a tackle for loss. Certainly, turnovers in their own side of the field would be a detriment to them tonight. So in order for them to, I think, give Maryville their best effort tonight, they're going to need to possess the ball. They're going to need to advance on the early downs, first and second. Certainly do not want to be facing third and long, as we talked about with that Maryville defense. And I think that's the recipe Morton's going to be looking for tonight.
As we look at the matchups here, not a lot of people, and I certainly, this is, maybe our fault, have really looked at Morton deeply. They have really improved in scoring. Boy, they put tremendous games, two of them against Hammond Central, who at that time was, in our top 10 ranks, and they really played well against them. When you look at them, I'm sure Coach Cease has seen tape of this. Dontel Harris has over 1,000 yards rushing for them, and their quarterback, Holland Harris, which, is kind of an unknown, also has thrown for over 1,200 yards, and they've got a wide receiver that's excellent, a young man named Hill. they've got some players that can put points on the board, and that has to be a concern for Maryville.
Yeah, and Morton is no stranger to postseason success, and these players at Morton have seen that, I'm sure, through their time at Scott Middle School and through their elementary days. When Coach Roy Richards was over here leading Morton a handful of years ago, they've been in semi-states, they've been in regional championships, they've won sectional championships in the past, and so success breeds success, and they know what it takes on the side of Hammond to advance in the tournament. And when you have guys who can make plays and guys that can convert, big third downs and score when given the opportunity, they're going to be dangerous. And we know that it only takes one bad week or one bad performance, and you're eliminated from the tournament. At this point forward, it's one and done. And so I know Coach Cease is going to be on his players. You cannot take anybody lightly. You cannot just assume that just showing up and getting off the bus, you're going to be traveling to Morton tonight. Just by showing up does not guarantee victory. You have to go out and play your best game. And we've talked about it before, where you are playing against yourselves much of the night. You're trying to get your peak performance out of all of your players. And again, 16 to 18-year-olds can be tough to do that on a daily or on a weekly basis, week in and week out. So Coach Cease will do an excellent job of getting his guys ready because we know Morton will be prepared. Right. And they got a very good coaching staff, and they know that they need to give their best effort in order to advance in the tournament.
All right, Dr. Reed, one more thing before we let you go. This is do or die time. This is win or go home, and people are being motivated by the coaches. A little bird told me that you were being motivated by Gary Graben pre this coverage for this game. What words of advice did Gary Graben give you to bring your A game today?
He said, make sure you stay out of the elements. Make sure that you stay someplace that's nice and warm and out of the wind. And make sure that you're paying attention because both teams are going to play their best tonight and give a good report each and every time that you call in.
Well, just remember, Doc, Gary is always right.
Gary is always right. If we have not learned anything over the last 15 years of doing this show, if we have not learned anything else, we know that Gary is always right.
All right, Dr. Reed, on that note, we appreciate the updates. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Sounds great, guys. Look forward to it.
All right, thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an on the field for Maryville at Morton. Now we have Russell Broadhacker with an on the field for our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City at Valparaiso. Russell, what's going on?
Good evening, gentlemen. So we're definitely have a lot nicer of a night of football than we did last week. The skies are pretty clear tonight. I'm really excited to see this game. I think Valpo is definitely the team to beat. Michigan City won by the hair of their chin last week against LaPorte. But Justin Clark really came alive in that second half against Chesterton. So it's going to be an interesting game out of the bat.
And I really think that Tommy Berta was also a big factor for Valparaiso. He's carried the ball very well. Now, that we're attributing that partly to the fact that Valpo's offensive line is huge. Yep. Hofer is just an outstanding tackle.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a battle of the Titans there. Between their O-line, Michigan City's defensive line holds pretty stout. So that'll be a fun matchup to see. But also on the contrary side, Valpo's defensive line are just monsters. So they really held their flat in the line of scrimmage really well against Chesterton, who is known to pretty much run on some teams. So it's going to be interesting to see what City has in store for that.
So, Russell, Michigan City had a bit of a scare last week, and I'm not talking just the close game that they were in. Their quarterback, Bush, was injured. He was stretchered off the field. It turns out it was a relatively minor injury, and they brought him out due to precautions. Does a team like Michigan City, does that galvanize them? Do they rally around their quarterback who's returning, or does that have any factor playing in here?
It definitely has a factor in the locker room to see someone that's had their back up against the wall and could very well have just taken the easy way out and not show up. For him to recognize the gravity of this game and the gravity of what they've done throughout the entire season and to be here on a night like tonight where it is winner take all and move forward to regionals, I know that's definitely got to put a good feather in everyone's cap to know that they're all banding together.
Russ, though, as the game starts and stuff, could you take note of the fact that is Tyler Bush back and playing in this particular game for us?
I will be sure to do that.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup here. Now, Russell, Valparaiso is the prohibitive favorite here. I know that Michigan City is in an opportunity to maybe upset the Giant here. How does, as a player, when you played, how did you get motivated for a game like this?
Well, I mean, the number one motivation was the fact that this might be the last night that many guys suit up. So you never really wanted to disappoint your seniors, so you left it all out on the field. With that said, that amount of momentum going into your prep work, the week leading into the game, just picking up on those assignments that you have to have. I think a huge point of Valpo's offense, they have huge gains, not just with Berta, but also with their receivers. So for Michigan City's DBs to basically be on point, to have their assignments, and to lock down that coverage, I think it's going to be crucial for their win tonight.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on here. Now, if you're Valparaiso, knowing you're a favorite in this game, how are you motivated here?
The number one thing you got to do is to get that out of your head. There's no winner determined at the first snap. The winner's determined at the end of the fourth quarter. So you can't think that you're vetted to win. You got to just always keep in mind that you're there to battle. So as long as Valpo sticks with it, I saw them down in the first half of last week's game. They stuck with it, and they battled through and put up quite a few points there on that second half. So if they're able to get their momentum early and stick with it, but not let that clout kind of cover their judgment, then I think they'll be able to kind of power through.
All right, Russell, how do you see this game going?
I see it leaning towards Valpo, but like I said, we won't know until the end of the game, so I'm excited for a fun matchup tonight.
All right, thank you much, Russell. We appreciate your updates. That is Russell Broadhacker with an update from Michigan City at Valpo, our Sacred Dunes game of the week. So, Wayne, we've got a lot of action coming on tonight. We're going to go over some of these other games that we're covering here. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we have a special guest coming up after this break.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage presented by Indiana University Northwest. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage, Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
Hey, happy Friday, Lakeshore Game Night. Steve Schmidt here, and it's sectional championship week. Who's going to add a new trophy to the trophy case tonight? Starting out with 5A Sectional 10, this is our Sacred Dunes game of the week. Michigan City's on the road at Valpo. Michigan City's last sectional championship was back in 2021, where they also won the regional after beating Valpo in overtime. For Valpo, this is Coach Marshall's 6th full season at the helm for Valpo. He has won the sectional title in each of the prior 5 seasons. The two teams met earlier this week in Week 4, where it was also the Sacred Dunes game of the week, and Valpo was victorious 31-7. Moving on here to the beef of the weekend, 6A Sectional 1, Lake Central's on the road at Crown Point. Last week, Lake Central got their first victory in the postseason in 9 years, defeating Portage. And for Crown Point, this is Coach Bazia looking for his first sectional title in Indiana since 2013 when he was at Portage. Earlier this season, Crown Point won the meeting 38-12. 5A Sectional 9, this is a 7 o'clock kick. Maryville on the road at Morton. Maryville has a rich history of postseason success. They have won their last 4 sectional championship games by a margin of 27 points. Morton, on the other hand, have dropped their last 2 sectional championship games. This will be the first meeting between the two schools. 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie is on the road at Culver Military. Their last meeting was back in the 2021 sectional, with New Prairie winning 23-7. Hanover Central travels to West Lafayette in 3A Sectional 25. For Hanover Central, they're 1-2 in sectional championship games. And for West Lafayette, they enter 15-3 all-time in sectional championship games. This is going to be one of the most highly anticipated games of the season, and you're not going to want to miss an update from Kevin Driscoll tonight. 3A Sectional 26, John Glenn is on the road at Knox. Knox won the meeting in Week 5 this season, 37-8. 2A Sectional 33, Bremen at LaVille. Bremen holds an all-time record of 25-9 over LaVille, but LaVille is a heavy favorite tonight, and this game is already underway. In the first quarter, Bremen actually holds a 7-6 lead over LaVille. Finally, in 1A Sectional 41, North Judson on the road at Triton. Triton enters 7th in the Sagarin rating, but North Judson enters 8th in 1A. So this should be an intense battle down in Fairfield, Indiana. After this break, we will have the sectional championship coverage after this break.
I'm a nude model, and one of my friends says, Trisha, I am more interesting because I know you.
Join us next time for more True Stories Told Live. This week, stories about confrontations. That's the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
What makes the Real Housewives a cultural institution? We descended into the depths of the Bravo Convention to find out.
This is my Comic-Con.
We hear from a Bravo producer.
If you want to be the villain, I'm ready to rock out.
And the housewives themselves.
I am talent, but I'm God's talent.
To understand why the Real Housewives is peak culture. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
From Muddy Waters to Toronzo Cannon and Buddy Guy to Wayne Baker Brooks, the blues lives on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM. Every Friday night, beginning at 10 p.m. following game night. Cruise the Blues with Mr. Jack. Visit all of your friends of the blues and wrap up with Blues Before Sunrise. Friday night is Blues Night here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org or on your smart speaker.
I made a big mistake.
There are thousands of people who did one stupid thing.
These stories have come up in every job interview I've had in the last 5 years.
And that is the thing that the internet remembers them for.
It has caused trauma to myself and my children in our normal lives.
On the next Radio Lab, is there such a thing as the right to be forgotten?
We live in a world of public shaming. Is that the type of society we want to be?
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
I'm Karen Grigsby Bates. This week on Our Body Politic,
What's on tap for the Supreme Court with NYU professor Melissa Murray.
The administrative state has become really a target of the right in recent years, and there are a number of cases this term that give the conservative legal movement a rare opportunity to take aim and really hobble the administrative state.
That's on Our Body Politic, a show about creating a world we want to live in.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 10 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
When politicians overhauled welfare in the 90s, work was center stage.
Get those people back to work.
And it spawned a lucrative industry that profits off people in need.
What about the welfare recipient?
Think of them more as the product of our company, their inventory.
The Welfare to Work Industrial Complex on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with you, and we have a special guest. We've got Stephanie Gordon with Sacred Dunes, who sponsors our Game of the Week. Stephanie, thank you for coming by, and thank you for supporting local sports.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, so it's definitely, you said you had a little bit of familiarity with radio, so you're an old soul at this. You know what you're doing, so you're going to do just fine.
I sure hope so.
So tell me about Sacred Dunes. You folks are a little bit of a unique company up there in Michigan City, and tell us about what you do.
Absolutely. So we are Sacred Dunes Integrative Health, located in Michigan City. We offer acupuncture, massage therapy, cupping therapy, functional medicine lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine.
So tell me a little bit, what type of ailments would be something that you folks would be able to relieve me from?
I think that you would be surprised.
Yeah.
I believe that most people, if they know anything about acupuncture specifically,
Sure.
they know that it's great for pain management.
Right.
What people do not know is that it is a full-blown internal medical system. So I treat a lot of really complex GI cases, cardiovascular issues, migraine headaches, allergies, dizziness, internal med.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I was unaware that acupuncture actually is a full body thing. I thought it was more centralized. So there's a lot of science behind this.
There is so much science behind this. I went to medical school for 4 years,
Wow.
post-grad. I think most people don't realize that licensed board certified acupuncturists are trained to be able to practice acupuncture in a hospital.
Okay.
So it is a precision where East meets West.
Mm-hmm. So that seems like it would be a popular thing. And, other than just the acupuncture, you say you do some other things as well. What else do you do?
We have an incredible growing staff of licensed massage therapists. This is not just your average, not that there's anything wrong with going to the spa and having a relaxing massage. These are trained professionals who are going to work with you as an individual specifically. Example, we work with these high school football players.
Sure.
We see swimmers. We have students on all of these teams in our county and a couple of the surrounding counties that we work with. So I see patients from pediatric age 4 to I've done hospice care, so
Sure.
I really see just about everybody.
So obviously you've been around sports. You've seen a lot of these athletes. What your services? How does an athlete excel from your services?
In so many ways, pain management, improving circulation, decreasing inflammation, helping to prevent injuries. I do see, even in the 10 years of me being in practice, I have seen some of these younger students starting to come around thinking, you know how it is when we, I know that we're still technically young, some of your viewers, but
Right.
we're getting,
Sure.
we're still growing
Sure.
older here every day. When we're very young, we're these young high school students, they think they're invincible,
Sure.
right? So I do see a lot of these students having this career orientation where they're thinking, I need to keep my body together.
Sure.
So there's a lot of preventative health, and then of course I see tons of sports injuries that I
Sure.
just help expedite the healing process.
Sure. Back in my day, if we were a little bit injured, you'd rub some dirt on it, right?
Yes, same.
But there's medical advancements here, and you
Yes.
see, if you're like me or you, we watch, say, a basketball game, and we see the circular bruises on on someone's body.
Yes.
That's from cupping. So tell me about cupping.
Okay, so I love this. I tell all of my patients, people naturally refer to those cupping marks as bruises.
Oh,
it's very natural.
yeah.
But during cupping, it's a suction technique. We're sucking the muscles and the fascia up off of the skeleton. What is happening is there is unoxygenated blood deep in the musculature coming up to the surface. So a bruise is from broken capillaries.
Yeah.
I'm not actually breaking capillaries. It's not a bruise. It's truly an expression of how unoxygenated the individual's blood is in that underlying muscle. We're pulling it up to the surface, and we're making space for fresh oxygen to circulate and nourish and feed the muscle. So it's amazing for a range of motion issues, mobility, and pain management.
Yeah, I learned something today. That's as a guy who's been watching sports literally my whole life, and this cupping phenomenon is relatively new. The last 5-10 years or so, you're starting to see more of it. That's excellent. I'm really intrigued by that.
I was a busy lady, however many years ago, when it was Michael Phelps in the Olympics.
Yes.
And he was sporting those cup marks. You better believe I had swimmers far and wide calling me.
Sure, I'm sure you did. Everyone wants to be like the best, right? And so that's exciting. That's very cool. So, not to say much about, my medical history or say my wife's, I have a lot of knots in my back, and so does my wife. And, no matter how hard, we try to, massage them out, they don't come out, and it's sore, and we're always tight. What type of services do you folks do for stuff like that?
The combo of acupuncture, cupping, and massage therapy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's so nice that we have all of those therapeutic modalities under the same roof because we can work together.
Sure.
So my massage therapists know when it's time to send someone that may have come to see them first over to see me for acupuncture, and vice versa. We work very well together.
Excellent. So before we let you go, where can we find your information?
You can find my website at www.sacredduneshealth.com. You can call or text us for more information at 219-262-0034.
You are a pro at this. You've done an excellent job. Is there anything else you want to add before we let you go?
I love my job so much. I love helping people in my community, and it doesn't have to be integrative health or just Western medicine. It can really be a combination of both. So no matter where you are on your health journey, feel free to reach out, and I'd love to help.
I think you've definitely piqued my interest, and I think I'm going to have to give you guys a shout out when I have a little bit of free time. I have to come check and see what you guys do.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. And thank you for supporting us here at 89.1 FM and Lakeshore Public Media. Without people like you and supporters like you making this show possible, we don't get to do what we do, and we really thank you for everything.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right.
Good luck, teams.
Yes. Thank you very much. That is Stephanie Gordon with Sacred Dunes. They sponsor our Game of the Week segment. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Great job.
Thank you.
Well, all right. That's Stephanie. Appreciate everything. And while she's switching out here with Wayne, we're going to go ahead and take a call. We've got Joe Arredondo with an update from John Glenn at Knox. Joe, what's going on? Joe, are you there?
Hey guys. We have a score already, opening drive of the ball game. I could sense on the opening drive, Coach Radke and his staff not really thrilled with the intensity to start this game. Unlike last week, it was a huge game, two undefeated teams. More yelling on this first drive than for most of the night last week. But they did get the point across. They were focusing on running at the left side of the Glenn defense, and they did seal it finally and got a long run, and then Miles McLaughlin went left for 28 yards and a touchdown. And just like last week, even though they have an outstanding kicker with a big leg, they went for two. They liked a 2-point conversion attempt coming into the game, and they've converted it, and it is 8-0. Opening drive of the game for John Glenn that's already been stopped on a pick.
A pick.
Knox at the Glenn 27 right now on 2nd and 8, and now inside the 20 to the 19. So it'll be 3rd and short. They're looking to open this up early and score again. Glenn was a 25-8 winner last week. not supposed to be, the caliber of West Noble. Okay, guys, I can give you live action right now.
All right, what do you got, Joe?
Coach Radke just got a sideline warning.
Ooh.
From the officials.
So the intensity is there already.
He is much more intense in the first half, first quarter tonight than he was. And here's another touchdown run as Miles McLaughlin's going to take it in from 19 yards, and with 5:11 to go, first quarter, it is already 14-0. Knox, of course, going to get the winner of Hanover and West Lafayette in the Class 3A Regional next week. So they are off and running. And when they get a lead in true Radke Griffith fashion, they love to drain that clock and hold on to the ball and play defense and shorten the game. And they've got a nice lead here early on in the first quarter. They're going for 2 again. That's McLaughlin this time getting the handoff from a quarterback, and he runs in easily.
Wow.
It is 16-0 with 5:11 to go, first quarter.
All right, thank you much, Joe. They're off and running hot and heavy there with John Glenn at Knox. Thank you very much, Joe.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, speaking of John Glenn at Knox, the winner will play the winner of this game. Kevin Driscoll has Hanover Central at Lafayette. No, we have lost him. So I got rid of Joe there early, but we have lost Kevin Driscoll with an update from West Lafayette. So Wayne, the Knox Redskins are off and running here, and they're doing a great job early.
Boy, they have that sophomore, Miles McLaughlin.
Right.
He had a heck of a game last week, and we don't get much information from that area about him. But from what I understand, he's only a sophomore,
right?
And he can play.
Yeah, there's a lot of intensity there, and he's a tough ball player. So now that we have the phone lines cleared here a little bit, we're going to go ahead and do my favorite part of the week. Andrew, are you ready? Are you ready for this? It is time for Wayne's World.
Wayne's World, party time, excellent.
The greatest intro in all of Lakeshore PBS, the Wayne's World segment. So, Wayne, let's go ahead and start with the little 5.
Yeah, number 5 this week is River Forest. They were 6-4, and their season is over, but they've had a good one. Aiden Silver is very, very good.
Yes, he's tough.
Rensselaer is 6-4. They're number 4. Probably just because they play a little tougher schedule than River. Yeah. Wheeler is 6-4. I've really been impressed with Wheeler. They've really come around, and had a nice season there. West Central is 8-3. Mm-hmm. They are number 2, longtime number 1 for us. And then North Judson, the only team there that of the 5 that is still in the tournament, 7-4.
All right, to recap the little 5, we've got number 5, River Forest, number 4, Rensselaer, number 3, Wheeler, number 2, West Central, and number 1, North Judson. And before we get to the top 10, we do have a call in from Kevin Driscoll with Hanover at West Lafayette. Kevin, what's going on?
Sorry, we had a little muffed punt situation there that could have been disaster for Hanover, but they did recover it. 3:44 to go, first quarter. Hanover Central and West Lafayette tied at nothing. It's been a defensive struggle early on, like two heavyweight fighters kind of feeling each other out in the opening minutes of the bout. For West Lafayette, it has been a similar game plan to the one that they had in their sectional championship against Hanover last week. Give the ball to Dawson Martin and eat some clock. They had three first downs, but ultimately 2 punts in their first 2 possessions. Ditto that on Hanover. 2 possessions, 2 punts for Hanover Central. Just as I say that, Hanover gets their first natural first down of the game on a Caden Verrett 12-yard run. They did facing, how about this for a Riverboat Gambler and head coach Brian Parker for Hanover. On their first possession, Hanover was facing a 4th and 1 at their own 31. He elected to go for it on 4th and 1. And the hard count gets a West Lafayette defensive end to jump. That was their first down, but again, unable to move the ball on a very stout Red Devil defense. And so that's where we stand. Both teams with 2 punts on their first 2 possessions. Hanover Central now with the ball at their own 35-yard line. We are no score, 3:09 to go, first quarter.
Kevin, West Lafayette is running the ball, as is their tradition. In Hanover, have they been kind of balanced? Is Kuntz been passing a little bit, or has it all been Verrett?
First possession was a 3-and-out with 3 incomplete passes. The first possession. Second possession was a little more of a mix, and they've gone to Verrett here early on, and just a quarterback keeper for Kuntz on the last one. So it looks like they're trying to go to that ground game and see what they can get. But really, West Lafayette, just a stout defense. Hanover will be looking at a 3rd and 5 coming up. You got 2 teams that really have balanced offenses. Now, I mentioned it was a similar game plan as last year's sectional final. That's the only game Hanover Central has lost in 2 seasons, was to these very same Red Devils. They were without Colin Foy. A key injury happened late in the season last season, and I think that really it was a no-brainer. Dawson Martin, who is now a junior, last season, 41 carries for over 200 yards and 3 touchdowns against Hanover. And that seems to be the formula that they are using tonight. But ultimately, the Hanover defense has bent but not broken thus far. Right now, Hanover will be facing a 4th and 2 on their 3rd possession from their own 40. Looks like another punt situation. Hanover probably going to punt here on their 3rd possession of the game.
So, Kevin, it seems like you got a little bit of a defensive struggle here, and we know that Hanover, despite their tremendous offense, also has a great defense. What does Hanover need to do to kind of break the ice here?
Well, if you're asking for what I'm looking for on both sides, can West Lafayette sustain drives and get a push up front? That was their key in their win last season. Hobart was able to be patient, do so, push the ball against the Wildcats, and really was the only team who had 3 touchdowns on Hanover all season. So Hobart did have a successful formula. By the way, as I was talking, Hanover Central went for it on 4th down and got a first down on 4th and 4 at their own 41-yard line. So, again, a couple of 4th down attempts for Brian Parker early on in minus territory. I think that's a statement right there. But they convert 1st and 10 Wildcats now at their own 45. Meanwhile, can the West Lafayette safeties stay disciplined and keep big plays in front of them? Because Caden Verrett, who just got a 4-yard carry, and Matt Kuntz in the passing game have really found success with the big play all season long. So can you find safeties that can keep the play in front of you and avoid the big explosive plays? So far, both teams are staying true to those keys.
Yeah, Kevin, it seems like you've got although the scoreboard doesn't say much, you've had a lot of excitement going on here right now, a lot of risky plays, and Hanover's playing to win right now, and, who can blame them?
It looks like Hanover on this drive is certainly content with keeping the ball in Caden Verrett's hands. They are moving the ball, and so we'll see if Brian Parker and this Hanover offense has the patience to themselves sustain a drive. That is certainly going to be the West Lafayette game plan moving forward.
All right, thank you much, Kevin. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
We are late in the first quarter, down to 42 seconds to go and ticking. Hanover Central and West Lafayette scoreless, with Hanover now inside double territory.
All right, there you go. Thank you very much, Kevin. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Talk to you later.
All right, that's Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover Central at West Lafayette. A lot of strange action there early, but no scores put up yet, which is a unique circumstance for Hanover.
Yeah, it is. But, West Lafayette is such a well-known, very, very dominant team in central Indiana there. And this is providing, obviously, a lot of entertainment, because you think Hanover is going to be up maybe 3 touchdowns or something like that. Yeah. West Lafayette's not going to let that happen.
No.
So it's going to be a battle.
They're a very good team. So it'll be very interesting to see how that one goes then. So let's go ahead. Let's get back to Wayne's World and go over the top 10, shall we?
All right. We're at number 10. We have Hammond Central. Their season is over.
Yes.
I think really Hammond started out really, really strong, but they lost to Sean Woods, and that was a key for them.
Yes.
And they come in and they're 5-5, but I still think they're number 10. Kankakee Valley, 5-5. Yeah. They've really come on late, haven't they?
And they almost had one of the biggest upsets in Northwest Indiana last week. They had New Prairie on the ropes and into overtime. They just couldn't quite get it done.
In number 8 is Boone Grove. Mark Rowland is just an outstanding quarterback. He's a junior, I think, so he's coming back.
Yeah, bombing away. Leads the area in passing yards. Incredible.
That is. Hobart is 7 at 7-3. Michigan City is 6-4 on the season. And Knox, number 5, they're doing 11-0.
Yeah.
What a season Radke's having down there.
Yes, he is. And they're doing some damage right now already, up 2 touchdowns.
And number 4 is Maryville. They're 8-2. Valpo comes in at 8-2. They're number 3. Hanover Central, one of the few undefeated teams. We have 3 up in the area here. That's
3
amazing.
right now, yeah.
They are 11-0 and having a battle against West Lafayette. And number 1 is Crown Point at 10-0, number 1 all season. I did make a little bit of an error here. Number 10 is Hammond Morton, not Central. They are 5-4. They've had Central's number all season. So they are number 10 in the big boys.
There you go. So to recap, we've got Hammond Morton, Kankakee Valley, Boone Grove, Hobart at 7, Michigan City at 6, Knox at 5, Maryville at 4, number 3 is Valparaiso, number 2 is Hanover Central, and number 1 is Crown Point.
Right.
And speaking of one of those undefeated teams, we have an update from Joe Arredondo with John Glenn at Knox. Joe, what's going on? You there, Joe? Hold on a second. We're having a little bit of phone issues here. And we'll see here. Yeah, all right. I think we got you now. Are you there, Joe?
Yes.
All right, Joe, what's going on?
John Glenn has scored. We had the old no rosters available here. Ran out very quickly. So I did not. I don't have the. I have the Glenn. I don't have the Glenn roster, but I have the Knox roster. But 41 for Glenn scored from 6 yards away. They went for 2, and Miles McLaughlin is like he doesn't do enough. He knocked away the pass attempt as they would try to go for 2 and throw it in the end zone. So it is 16-6, or inside of a minute here, first quarter, and Knox with the ball at their 20, and Miles McLaughlin just ran for 4 yards.
Wow.
So it'll be 2nd and 6. And again, I see a lot more intensity tonight from Coach Radke. Really got after the defense after that touchdown drive for Glenn. Not thrilled. And you know what, you guys? It is great to see the dynamic on this sideline. Coach Radke was getting in one of the players, jumping him, getting in his face, screaming at him. And then Tyler, who I don't know if you guys caught it last week, but I tweeted after the game that Tyler's now the assistant principal, one of the assistant principals at Crown Point. And he told me after the game last week is now Conroy is going to run for a touchdown for Knox, but it's going to come back. We got a flag here thrown at the offensive line for Knox. That would have been a 65-yard touchdown run, but it's going to come back. The flag's here at the 25. But Tyler Radke told me last week after the game that he listens to the show on the way home every Friday after their game. And so he was listening. He would listen to game night after their game when he would drive home. So, but it was great to see the dynamic because the old school Coach Radke getting after the player, and then Tyler walked over to him after and just patted him on the head and told him to get focused and stay in the game and get back out there and do your job. So
that's an old school trick.
Two different approaches. So it's coming back. It's going to be marked off from the 25. It'll be back to the 15. It's going to be 3rd down and long. And, we saw Knox throw the ball last week a lot for them. And, Miles McLaughlin throws a nice ball. And they have some nice passing plays. They connected a few times. They dropped some others that were executed well.
Joe, has McLaughlin scored both of Knox touchdowns?
Both touchdowns. He scored one of the 2-point conversions. Guys, and we talked about it last week. This is the end of his sophomore year. And he's thrown up, and it's picked off. It is picked off by Glenn. Return to the 20. And let's see. Did he get in? Touchdown.
Oh, my goodness.
Huge play, pick, as he threw it up for grabs a little bit. It was picked off at the 30 by the deep safety and all the way into the end zone. Hold on and let me see if I can get you a name of that one. Hold on. The sideline official was already warning the Knox bench.
Oh, wow.
To quit jawing at him because he's going to call a penalty on him. So this is a touchdown. There was a flag down. It's against Knox. Oh, no, it's going to be holding on the return. Okay.
Okay.
It's going to be holding on the oh, no, it's going to be, okay, it's after the play. Who saw that? It's illegal use of the hands after the play, so it is going to be a touchdown. They're calling it after the play, so they can either take it on the kickoff or on the extra point.
Oh, that's a very strange circumstance in which that penalty would be called.
I've never seen that. So the guy was already in the end zone, and then they called an illegal use of the hands. Again, we talked about it last week. You got officials from out of the area.
Right.
These are supposed to be the best officials in the state, working in sectional championships. And you can see the lack of tolerance for anything from the Knox sideline. And, Coach Radke's an official. He's been an official for years.
Right, exactly.
He has great respect for the officials. So, they're going to try to kick the extra point now. Actually, hold on, guys. I had to take a picture of somebody's roster, so hold on a minute. Go ahead and talk amongst yourselves.
Well, Joe, we actually have a hard break. We got to let you go.
Okay.
All right. Thank you much, Joe.
All right.
All right. Catch you. Thank you, Joe. That was Joe Arredondo with an update from John Glenn at Knox. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. We have a couple games that have scores in them, but let's see all the other matchups also around the region. A couple kickoffs here that are just not kicking off at 7 o'clock in the Sacred Dunes game of the week. 5A Sectional 10 is Michigan City at Valpo. The B for the week in 6A Sectional 1 is Lake Central on the road at Crown Point. 5A Sectional 9 has Maryville traveling to Morton. 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie at Culver Military in the first quarter. This one is all tied up at 7 apiece. Culver Military got the scoring started on a Mike McColgan 15-yard touchdown pass to Ega Barton, and New Prairie responded with a 58-yard touchdown run by Reed Robinson. Hanover Central at West Lafayette is the 3A Sectional 25. This game is in the second quarter. No score just yet. 3A sectional 26, John Glenn at Knox. You just heard this one from Joe before the break. In the first quarter, Knox has a 16-12 lead. Glenn just scored before the break on a pick six, and that extra point was pending, so it could be 16-13, 16-14, or where we're at right now, it's 16-12. Bremen on the road at LaVille is the 2A sectional 33 matchup here. 21-7 is the score. LaVille with the lead in this one. Cody Allen with 2 touchdown runs. North Judson is on the road at Triton for our final game of coverage here tonight in 1A sectional 41. At the end of the first quarter, Triton holds a 7-0 lead. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steve. That was Steve Schmidt with the scoreboard update. Wayne, we're going to chat a little bit here. There has been some action in some of these games, so we're keeping these phone lines open. They are open, so if our correspondents want to call in, we would love to have some information from them. But we do know that Hanover did just score. The New Prairie is now tied 7-7. So those are two exciting circumstances there. And Andrew has something he wants to add. Andrew, what's up?
I actually have an update. West Lafayette tied it up just a minute ago.
So a lot of action here. So we should be hearing from Kevin Driscoll shortly. That game, Wayne, the West Lafayette versus Hanover Central game, that is going to be a crazy game. And I'm really looking forward to see how this one pans out.
You know, as I look at the sectionals that we're covering and stuff, and I know that, Crown Point, Lake Central, Maryville, Hammond Morton, and Michigan City, Valpo, all area teams here have not really started. But when I look at the schedule here, of all of these, I was thinking to myself, okay, what game would be the highest scoring? Well, certainly Hanover Central jumps out at you, but Knox... Yeah. Knox started out with a 16-0 lead. Then McLaughlin, who is outstanding, threw a pick six.
Right.
And now all of a sudden it is 16-12 pending a extra point or 2-point thing. Glenn is 7-4.
They're a good team.
They're there.
Speaking of a good team, we've got Kevin Driscoll with an update from the Hanover Central at West Lafayette game. He may have hung up, and we'll have to see. So I guess we're having a little bit of issues here. But yeah, we'll go back to that John Glenn game with Knox. They're scoring left and right. Yeah. And this is a team, like Joe was saying on air, Knox likes to take the air out of the ball. They like to grind that game. They like to make it a slow-paced game. And if they had their way, they would hold the ball for an entire quarter and then score at the end of the quarter. So that'd be a great circumstance for them.
Yeah, and obviously, John Glenn has been a storied program. They're a very good one.
Absolutely.
They're 7-4 now on the season. They play very good competition, but I'm really impressed with this sophomore. I know he threw a pick, but Miles McLaughlin already has 2 touchdowns himself.
A dual threat individual here, and he can do it all. It's really impressive to see what Knox is doing. They're undefeated, and Russ Radke has that team rolling. And they've come up a little bit of resistance here against John Glenn, but John Glenn's a really good program. Yeah. So at this point, if you're getting the job done, we're playing for a championship here. These are championship level teams at this point.
And don't forget, this game is at Knox.
Knox, exactly.
I know all coaches don't like to lose, but especially at home.
At home, right. Speaking of that, we've got Joe Arredondo online with an update from John Glenn at Knox. Joe, what's going on?
All right, we've got a lot of points going on. After Glenn, it was Chase Miller, number 3, who had the pick six for John Glenn. He also kicked the extra point through to make it 16-13 after 1. And then Knox had a nice kickoff return, and that man, Miles McLaughlin, on first down, 32-yard touchdown run, took it in for his 3rd touchdown tonight. He's taking a break on the 2-point conversions. He's letting somebody else run those in now. And they did go for 2, and it was good. I believe it was Jordan who went in for the 2-point conversion for Knox, and it is now 24-13 Knox with 11:49 to go first half.
Joe, you said that this McLaughlin is only a sophomore. Is he a big back, or is he just so fast?
He's not, Wayne. He's not. I don't know if I got it out when I was talking last time I was on, but this is the end of his sophomore year. He is Knox's all-time leading rusher already.
Wow.
At the end of his sophomore year. he is. I would say he's strong, small, strong, and shifty. And that's how I would describe him. And the thing that is great about this offense is he'll play in the slot, he'll play quarterback, and then he'll play running back.
Wow.
They'll bring in a different guy to play quarterback and hand him the ball. He throws the ball exclusively when they do pass, and then he just runs out of the wildcat at times. So it's very, very multifaceted. And then, he goes over on defense. It looks like he's at outside linebacker or maybe corner.
All right.
Or corner, one of the two. So,
all right, Joe, one more.
24-13.
All right, 24-13. How much?
24-13. 11:07 first half, and John Glenn with the ball back at the 21.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. We appreciate the update. All right, we'll go from Knox to West Lafayette with an update from Kevin Driscoll. Kevin, what's going on?
A lot of action since I talked to you last. I mentioned this was like two heavyweight fighters feeling each other out. Defensive battle there early on. There was no score at the end of one, but since then it has been 21 points for both teams. Right now, 5:43 to go, second quarter. Hanover Central leads 14-7. Hanover Central got on the board with a Caden Barrett 1-yard touchdown run with 9:39 to go, second quarter. On the ensuing possession, West Lafayette went on a 63-yard scoring drive of their own. Most of it, Dawson Martin. He had a couple of key plays, including a 20-yard carry, as well as the 3-yard touchdown run. That put them on the board, tied at 7 PAT with the successful PAT. Then Hanover Central, Caden Barrett takes the kickoff 30 yards into West Lafayette territory on an amazing kickoff return. Just would not go down, was brought down at the 45-yard line, and that's where Hanover Central marched on a drive from 45 yards out. The key play of that, Matt Kuntz, a 23-yard touchdown pass to Anthony Lehman, PAT good, and that's where we stand right now. Hanover Central 14, West Lafayette 7. Lafayette now moving the ball. Again, another Dawson Martin carry. As I mentioned, that is certainly the game plan. They are going to keep giving the ball to Dawson Martin until Hanover Central's defense can stop him, although they have had a couple of timely Kitchell passes mixed in just to keep that defensive backfield and the safeties honest.
Kevin, it seems like the dam has broken and the points are starting to flow freely. What changed?
You got a couple of offense with a couple of really good offensive coordinators who know how to make adjustments.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point.
And Dawson Martin is just really a load to bring down. He is not a show pony. He's a workhorse.
So it's kind of a power offense from West Lafayette?
Well, certainly their run game is. Kitchell can throw the ball. Both of these quarterbacks are among state leaders in pass yardage, but also pass completion percentage. Matt Kuntz, of the top 20 yardage leaders in the state of Indiana, Matt Kuntz is number one in Class 3A, completing 70% of his passes.
Wow.
Kitchell for West Lafayette, Carson Kitchell, not far behind. He completes 67%. So when they do throw it, there's a very good chance it's going to be accurate.
Yeah,
I say that just as I mentioned that. It's another completion from Kitchell to Benny Speaker, the wide receiver for the Devils, and now the Devils are inside Hanover territory down to the Hanover Central 36.
All right, Kevin, anything you got?
Nope, I got it.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
4:23 to go, second quarter. Hanover 14, Red Devils 7 with West Lafayette driving.
All right, thank you very much. That's Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover at West Lafayette. Wayne, this game has really heated up. We have two games here going on right now where the points are just exploding. I was expecting a little bit from the Hanover-Lafayette Jeff game, but I was not expecting that many points from Knox and John Glenn this early.
I wasn't either. I thought, Knox is an outstanding running team. Ratke has always been a coach for running teams and stuff like that. And Knox, with this Miles McLaughlin, I am so impressed with this young man.
I am as well.
And he's got 3 touchdowns on the night for a championship sectional.
Wow. He's bringing it. He's bringing it. So before we get into our next break, we've got a little bit of time. Let's go over some of our players of the week, Wayne. For last week, I know that we've already gotten into some of the action because some of these early starts, but I wanted to go over a few of these. One of them is someone we're just talking about, Miles McLaughlin from Knox.
Again, we just may not get a lot of information because he had 2 touchdowns versus West Noble, who was undefeated until they played Knox. This night, right now, Miles already has 3. And they're still in the first half.
He's really bringing it there. So how about a defensive player, a young man from Maryville for you?
We didn't mention him earlier in the show, and I wanted to. Jalen Ramsey from Maryville. He had 2 INT interceptions versus Munster, and he's been a solid defensive back for the Pirates.
Absolutely. And, something that we're going to try to do here for this show, we're going to put some units together and talk about their outstanding performance. Let's talk about the team that Kevin Driscoll's covering for us, Hanover Central.
Yeah, you've got Matt Kuntz last week had 4 TDs, 3 rushing, 1 passing. These are against Boone Grove. Caden Verrett had 3 rushing TDs. And then a young man named Dylan Bowen had 3 interceptions.
Yep.
3. Now, he had been hurt earlier in the year. So you had him defensively to Floyd and those guys. Wow. If
that last name sounds familiar, his brother is playing at Notre Dame right now.
Yes, he is.
So there's a lot of good football genes in that family. So let's move from Hanover to Valparaiso. They had a nice little couple of players here.
Yeah, Valpo really did a nice job. And Ben Fodorchek had a pick 6. Anytime you get a pick 6, boy, that's important.
Oh, yeah.
And then Drayden Wilcox had a 40-yard field goal.
40-yard field goal in that weather?
Yes.
Is incredible.
Yes.
It's incredible at the high school level to get a 40-yard field goal. But if you're kicking it in that weather, so this Drayden Wilcox is an awfully talented kicker.
Yes.
So good on him. And Chesterton had, speaking of their opponent from last week, Chesterton had some good showings.
Yeah, they did. Garrett Lewis is their star all season long. He had 2 TDs and 78 yards versus Valpo. And then Nathan Gonzalez had a pick.
Yeah.
Okay, versus Valpo.
Yeah, that's, they put up a pretty good fight, at least early there in that game, so Valpo had to come back for that. But there was one player who's going to be our Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week. It's a name that we have already mentioned today, and we're going to continue to mention as this night goes on. It's a young man from Crown Point. Who do you got?
Larry Allison from Crown Point had only 5 TDs.
Only.
285 yards versus Lafayette Jeff.
5 touchdowns, 285 yards against Lafayette Jeff, a team that has been the bane of Crown Point's existence the last few seasons. Excellent performance by that man. So Larry Ellison from Crown Point, Indiana, is our Chuck DeMoss, our final Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week. So wonderful performance by him.
Yeah.
So, Wayne, there are a handful of games that we haven't even mentioned yet that we're going to be covering here. And before we get into our break here in another couple minutes, unless we have a call come in, I see that there's maybe something being typed in. Here we do. We do have a call, so we'll take Russell before we go to our break. We've got Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City at Valpo. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So, Valpo just scored pretty early on. There's about 5 minutes left to go within the first quarter. Valpo did defer for the second half, so Michigan City started off with the ball. It was a pretty quick progression, no first downs for them. They punted it away, backed up Valparaiso to their own 5, and between Clark and Stokes, basically Clark has just put the team on his back on this one. A lot of read option runs. So he's either giving it to his running back or he's going to decide to keep it. He's about 8 out of 10 times has decided to keep it for pretty measurable gains. He has one pass for about 30 yards that ended up picking up Stokes, which put him on the other side of the 50. And then just between, I think, 2 runs or so, Clark was able to punch it into the end zone.
So it seems that Valparaiso is flexing their muscle early with a 95-yard drive.
No, for sure. I do think, though, that that Michigan City is a little bit stronger than Valpo initially realized. Michigan City's defensive line is really held tough. They're not really Valparaiso's not able to open up a lot of gains on their offensive line. Michigan City's plugging those gaps. pretty well. It just comes down to where their linebackers are biting on. And so that's kind of how this read option is working so well for Valpo right now.
Russell, is Tyler Bush playing quarterback for Michigan City?
He is not. It is currently Hart.
Okay, all right. So interesting dynamics going on there with Michigan City. So, Russell, what does Michigan City need to do to kind of slow this momentum from Valpo down?
Well, right now they just need to be able to contain defensive-wise, cover their flats, have their linebackers hit their marks and stay on their responsibilities. Offensively, I need to see Hart complete some passes. Their first progression, it was 3 incomplete passes, forcing them to punt. Right now I'm seeing some runs worked in, but they're getting eaten up at the line of scrimmage because, like I said before, Valpo's defensive line is pretty tough this year. So they're just going to have to be able to roll with that and mix up their play scheme a little bit in order to keep Valparaiso on their toes.
Is the quarterback Jaden Hart?
Pardon?
Is the quarterback from Michigan City Jaden Hart?
Jaden Hart, let me check here. It is Tristan Rose Hart.
Oh, Tristan, okay.
So that is definitely a name we're not as familiar with here. So interesting development for Michigan City there.
No, for sure. I don't know if Bush is planning to come out later on in the game, but right now Hart is holding it down behind center. I'm trying to see right now what class Hart is in because he seems to have a pretty good control with his offense, calling his plays. Everyone's moving to the line pretty well. He is a sophomore.
Wow. Okay, so young guy.
So he's got some pretty big shoes to fill right now, and he seems confident behind it. I'm sure once he gets a few completed passes under his belt, they'll be rolling.
All right, thank you very much. Russell, one more time, what is your score and time update, please?
It is 7-0 Valparaiso with 3 minutes left to go in the first quarter.
All right, thank you, Russell. That is Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City at Valpo. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage presented by Indiana University Northwest. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage, Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. We have a lot of excitement going on around the region tonight, so let's see what's going on here in the sectional championship week. Starting out in 5A Sectional 10, this is our Sacred Dunes game of the week. Michigan City at Valpo in the first quarter. Valpo with a 7-0 lead. Justin Clark with a touchdown run. In the beef of the week in 6A Sectional 1, it's Lake Central at Crown Point. The winner of this one faces the winner of Mishawaka and Penn. Crown Point leads in this one 7-0. Larry Ellison with a 13-yard touchdown run. And in that Mishawaka-Penn game, it's 7-0 Penn at the half. New Prairie at Culver Militaries. We transition now to 4A Sectional 17. Second quarter, New Prairie's taking a 14-7 lead. Zach Heinrich with a 2-yard touchdown run and Reed Robinson with a 58-yard touchdown run there for the Cougars. Hanover Central at West Lafayette. At last update, it was 14-7 Hanover Central. Kevin Driscoll will be having an update there any minute after this update, but they lead in this one 14-7 in the second quarter. John Glenn on the road at Knox in 3A Sectional 26 in the second quarter. It's 24-13 Knox. Miles McLaughlin with 3 touchdowns in this one for the Redskins. Bremen at LaVille in 2A Sectional 33 at the half. It's 21-7 LaVille. Cody Allen with 2 touchdowns. And finally in 1A Sectional 41, North Judson at Triton. At the end of the first quarter, Triton holds a 7-0 lead. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steve. The phone lines are filling up. We're going to go ahead and get started with Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover at West Lafayette. Kevin, what's going on?
Yeah, a lot of action here. 1:04 to go in the second quarter. Hanover Central is taking a 21-7 lead. And I'll tell you what, this one was back and forth early on in the second quarter. A scoreless first quarter, but then Hanover Central found the end zone with a Tina Barrett 1-yard run with 9:39 to go in the second quarter, and that was set up by a 28-yard Matt Kuntz to Wally Kuntz touchdown pass that put him down to the 3-yard line. West Lafayette was quick to recover. They went on a 63-yard scoring march and tied the game at 7 with 8:33 to go in the second quarter. That tied the game at 7. Hanover Central then on the ensuing kickoff got a 40-yard kickoff return by Kaden Barrett. That set them up in Red Devil territory. 2 plays later, Matt Kuntz hooks up with Anthony Lehman for a 23-yard touchdown pass. That put them up 14-7. Again, that's when I called you last, and the Red Devils respond with a big long drive, drove all the way down to the Hanover Central 32, and on 4th and 3 went for it. Hanover Central's defense came up big, and then 2 plays later, Matt Kuntz takes off for a 63-yard touchdown run. That puts Hanover Central up 21-7. Just a moment ago, Dylan Bowen came up with an interception at the 49-yard line. So Hanover Central now has the ball inside West Lafayette territory, although they are going to be looking at a 4th and long with under a minute to go. Let's see if Brian Parker is content just to take this 21-7 lead into the locker room. Again, facing a 4th and 14 here to go. Dylan Bowen's 4th interception in the last 2 games. He had 3, record-setting 3 last week against Boone Grove.
So, Kevin, it seems like Hanover is really bringing it right now. What are they doing? What are they doing to just really put West Lafayette on their heels?
Well, I think they're going to test Carson Kitchell's ability to throw the ball. They seem to have adjusted to Dawson Martin. They are getting some big stuff. He is a load to bring down. He is an absolute load to bring down. Hanover Central lets the clock tick down to 2 and then calls timeout. I'm sure that'll set up a little bit of a Hail Mary situation. Doesn't hurt you to take one last shot at the end zone. They are going to have a 4th and 14 at the West Lafayette. Let's call it the 37-yard line right here at the end of the first half. So you asked me what adjustments Hanover Central makes. Their defense seems to be swarming to Dawson Martin. This is a big boy. He is a junior. Let's see if I can get some notes. He's 6 foot 177, and if he's 177, then I'm in a beauty pageant tomorrow. He's a load. So he runs hard, but certainly I think that's going to be the key moving forward. Is can Carson Kitchell find some big plays now that you're down a couple of touchdowns? And if they're going to dare him to pass, that seems to be okay with the Hanover Central defensive backfield. Remember, they picked up 4 Boone Grove passes last week, and they've already got 1 tonight. So, Kevin, are they lining up for that final play of the half? They sure are.
How about a little play-by-play for us?
37-yard. Well, IHSAA rules prohibit any kind of play-by-play.
All right,
you would
that's
have
fair.
to pay for rights fee. But I can tell you that my summary of what's going on here in real time is that it does appear that if you were Hanover Central, you might take one last shot. And I may tell you what's going on, but again, from the perspective of strictly an op-ed piece.
not a play-by-play piece.
Fair enough, Kevin.
You get rights fees to pay.
No, I understand. You're right.
We got a timeout. West Lafayette, Hanover Central came in, looked shotgun, looked empty backfield, and Shane Fry, the head coach of West Lafayette, called timeout. I don't know if is there anybody on hold?
There is someone on hold. We'll go to them, but we'll keep you on hold, Kevin.
That sounds good. Yeah, go ahead and go there. I can mix in some facts, but I hate to keep anybody on hold.
Fair enough. We'll keep you on hold, Kevin. We'll go to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from our.
Hi, Dr. Reed. Hi, Dr. Reed. I miss you.
Kevin says hi, Dr. Reed, with an update from Maryville at Morton. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Well, thank you very much, Kevin, and everybody over there at the studio. We have our first score of the night here over at Morton High School. After a couple of possessions with not much offense going on the first couple times that teams touched the ball, Maryville on their second possession gets a big run by Trey Stevens, 51 yards down to the 2-yard line. A couple plays later, he runs one in from about 2 inches away from the goal line. So he's able to get that 1-yard touchdown run. So for Trey Stevens, and the extra point was good. That put Maryville up 7-0 with just about 3 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Munster on their third possession of the night just punted the ball back to Maryville for their in 3 possessions. They punted the ball 3 times. So Maryville has the ball for their third time, ending out here the first quarter. But Maryville's on top 7-0, and we have a big run here by Jakaris Johnson, who is going to be running it just about 67 yards at the 10-yard line, but there is a flag just outside the 25. So we'll see what this is. Probably going to be a block in the back or something, something of that variety. So Maryville on the roll again here. There's 44 seconds to go here in the opening quarter. Maryville on top 7-0.
Dr. Reed, has Morton been able to move the ball at all on Maryville?
They've had 2 rushing plays that picked up some pretty good yardage. The quarterback ran an option and picked up about 12 yards and converted a first down. And then their running back also picked up about 20 yards. But outside of that, they've thrown the ball twice, both incomplete. One was just dropped. The second one was a kind of errant pass. So nothing through the air up to this point. Now, I will tell you there is a pretty stiff breeze tonight, and Morton's going into the wind here in the first quarter. So they're looking to get that flip-flop. But they've been able to run the ball a couple times, but they've only been, I think they got to the Maryville 47-yard line. So really haven't been able to make very good penetration into the Maryville side of the field and putting the ball into the wind. It's been about 25, 30 yards on the punts up to this point. So Maryville just completed a pass that's going to get them inside the 20-yard line. 35 seconds to go here in the opening quarter. Maryville 7, Morton 0 here in quarter number 1.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Reed. That's Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville at Morton. We're going to go from Morton. We're going to go to Crown Point with an update from our Beef of the Week, Ryan Welsh with Lake Central at Crown Point. Ryan, what's going on?
Hey, guys. We're at the end of the first quarter here, and Crown Point leads 21-0. All 3 coming from Crown Point's running back, Larry Ellison.
Another multi-touchdown game for Larry Ellison. So, Ryan, is this game just kind of on cruise control for Crown Point right now?
I'd say so. I mean, their defense is doing what they've done well all season long, and if Lake Central can't get any offense, they can't score points, right? We saw a 3-and-out on Lake Central's first possession, and then a forced fumble by Carson Granger for the Crown Point side, and put Crown Point in the position to get that last touchdown.
Ryan, has Lake Central been able to open up any holes for Xavier Williams?
None at all. I mean, the only offensive yardage Xavier Williams has been able to get is fighting through contact at the line of scrimmage. And even then, it's only about, I'd say he's got less than 10 yards today.
Wow, no kidding. So they're really battling up Xavier Williams there. So very interesting, Ryan. We've got a little bit of a logjam here on the phone lines. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
Crown Point leads 21-0 at the end of the first quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Ryan. Do us a favor, give us a call after every quarter, would you please?
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you much. That's Ryan Welsh with an update from Lake Central at Crown Point, our Beef of the Week. We're going to go back to Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover Central at West Lafayette. Kevin, what's going on? I'm being told to stretch, and I don't know what to stretch for. So, Kevin Driscoll, are you there?
Stretch. I remember those days.
Yep, what's going on?
Except I didn't have somebody videotaping me when I was.
Right, there's a camera facing it.
I mean, I literally did the show in my boxers. Nobody knew that.
Thank God.
Okay, so when try not to think about that too much. All right, so when we left the scene, and I said, please go to Reed. No problem. We were calling timeouts. It was Hanover let the clock run down to 2 seconds. Let's start by saying that drive was set up by a Dylan Bowen interception at the 49-yard line. A few plays later, Hanover Central moved, but they were facing a 4th and 14 at their own, or at the West Lafayette 37. With 2 seconds, they got a 2-score lead. You're thinking that Brian Parker's probably content to take that to the locker room. And so they let the clock down, called timeout. West Lafayette responds with another timeout. Figure, one little Hail Mary, harmless pass toward the end zone, and we'll all go and get something to eat at the concession stand. Well, Matt Kuntz dropped back to pass. Could not find anybody. Deep steps up in the pocket, finds Keenan Verrett at the Red Devil 21, and from there got a few key blocks, ran about 60 yards, and found the end zone, dived into the pylon, and got a touchdown with 0 ticks left.
Oh, my goodness.
No flags. It was all Caden Verrett on that play. And so, at halftime, Hanover Central 28, West Lafayette 7.
Incredible, Kevin. That is incredible.
Well, he's actually going to make you got to credit the downfield blocking on the part of Hanover Central. And again, you got 2 sidelines coaching their tail ends off. Brian Parker lets that clock go down to 2. Knows his only shot is just a Hail Mary situation. Shane Fry says, "All right, I'll see your move and I'll raise you." Adjusts his defensive backfield. And then Brian Parker responds by making sure Kuntz knows, hey, if you can't find anything deep, go short and get it to your playmaker in space. And Caden Verrett in space is pretty dangerous.
Boy, Kevin, I really, that offensive line for Hanover Central is really doing a job. Kuntz is able to step up as the blocking goes around him and find Verrett, and then Verrett gets a couple blocks downfield. Wow. That is just amazing.
Yeah, you know what? I must be painting a pretty good picture, because everything you just said is exactly what's happening right before our eyes here down in West Lafayette. That's exactly.
Oh my God! You're a Rembrandt. There's no doubt it.
He has a way with words. It's almost like he's done this before.
Thank you for appreciating my art.
All right, Kevin. One more time. What was that halftime score?
All right, we are at halftime. Hanover Central up 28-7, trying to avenge a sectional final loss at the Wildcat Den last year, and they are 1 half away from doing just that.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to an exciting second half from you guys.
You got it.
All right, we're going to go from Kevin Driscoll. We have full phone lines here. Full phone lines. We're going to go to Joe Arredondo with an update from John Glenn and Knox. Joe, what's going on?
Well, I'm a little in awe, guys. I will say that. It's hard. I've turned into a fan because I kind of want to watch Miles McLaughlin play instead of watching as a reporter, because it's been a show here in the first half. It was 24-19 last time I talked to you, and Knox started a nice drive. He had a run for about 45 yards, and then he got tackled. He actually came out for a minute, and I was actually able to get a picture of him so you could see it. I tweeted it and put Lakeshore Gamenight there. I finally got him on one knee. He was exhausted. So then he went back in, and they went for it on 4th and 10, as only Russ Radke do. 4th and 10 from the Glen 40-yard line. Went for it with a 5-point lead, and Miles McLaughlin threw a long touchdown pass as Glenn had taken a timeout to try to get the ball back, but they had a broken coverage, and Miles McLaughlin lofted it up to his receiver for a touchdown. On the ensuing kickoff, a huge hole for Glenn coming up the middle of the field. One of the Knox players, drilled the kick returner and caused a fumble. Knox got the ball back, and yes, 4th touchdown running of the night for Miles McLaughlin. He's got 4 rushing TDs, 1 touchdown pass, 2 two-point conversions, 38-19 Knox.
Holy
with
cow.
15 seconds left Now we can see why he's the all-time leading rusher. He's probably going to be the all-time leading scorer pretty soon.
Gosh.
Knox just intercepted the ball with 7 seconds left. So you guys can get a look at him. I put it on social media. He's a shorter, stocky guy.
Yeah.
What a tremendous ball player. He's got great vision running to the hole. He does it all. He is a tremendous football player, especially for a sophomore. And
Sure.
he might be on a collision course with Hanover Central next Friday night.
It appears to be the case right now, Joe. So we do have a caller behind you. One more time, Joe, what is your score and time update, please?
We're almost to half. 7 seconds left. Knox 38 and John Glenn 19.
All right, Joe, so do us a favor. Once the halftime hits, go get yourself a coffee or a hot chocolate and give us a call back and we'll break this first half down.
Okay.
All right, thank you much. That was Joe Arredondo with an update from Knox. And we're going to go from Knox to Morton with Dr. Reed Amons with the Maryville Ed Morton update. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
On their last possession, the Pirates score once again. This time, Javion Gills runs one in from 21 yards out. The extra point is good. Maryville's now converted a couple rushing touchdowns on each of their last 2 possessions. Maryville leads 14-0 over Morton. We just started the second quarter. There's 11:51 to go here in quarter number 2.
So, Dr. Reed, what are you seeing out there? Where's the momentum lying?
Certainly with Maryville at this point, they've been able to pretty much own the line of scrimmage. Really, Morton's had a difficult time moving the ball very consistently. They've had a couple rushing plays where they've been able to pick up double digits as far as yardage goes. But for the most part, the Maryville defense is playing very well. Offensively, Maryville has done a nice job of being able to open up a few holes now. On that very first drive of the game, they threw the ball 2 of the 3 times that they ran plays, both for incomplete passes, and so they weren't able to pick up a first down on that opening drive. But since then, they've really been able to own the line of scrimmage and pretty much move the ball unimpeded to this point. A couple of big rushing plays by Ja'Carrius Johnson and Trey Stevens. So really, Maryville has done a nice job here, coming out very strongly here to open the game. But Maryville leads Morton 14-0. We just started the second quarter. There's 11:06 to go, and Maryville's going to start their next possession, their 4th one of the night, in Morton territory, taking over at the 44-yard line.
Dr. Reed, it sounds like not only is Maryville's offense clicking, but there's doing a number on Morton who has shown potential to put some points on the board.
Yeah, to be honest, what it looks like to me, you can tell Morton's got some tremendous athletes on both offense and defense, and they do have a number of guys that play both ways. But to be honest, Maryville to this point has just been stronger. They've been able to push Morton around a little bit up front, even on tackles. Morton's not able to break those, where Maryville has broken several tackles as they're rushing the ball. But you can just see a little bit of a difference in some of the physique of some of the young men on both sides. And really, as I would predict, as the game goes on, then you'll see that even become a greater factor, because as Morton starts to get tired playing both ways and just kind of taking that pounding here late in the season, you're going to probably see a few more broken tackles and maybe some bigger plays from Maryville.
All right, Dr. E, thank you for the update. One more time, we'll just score and time update, please.
Yeah, you're welcome. There's Maryville 14, Morton 0. There's 11 minutes to go here in the second quarter, and Maryville is once again driving.
All right, thank you very much.
And as we're talking, Trey Stevens is going to take it in from 29 yards out, to put them up 3 touchdowns now.
We'll hang out to see how that PAT goes. But we're at a point now where Maryville is firmly in control. What does Morton need to do to try to come back in this one?
Yeah, we talked about in the pregame a little bit. They do have to have some positive yards on first down. Right now they're getting stopped at the line of scrimmage and not picking up positive yardage to put them in favorable down and distance, later on. So they face a number of 3rd and 12, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10 up to this point in the game. So that really puts them at a deficit. The extra point is good, so that Maryville is up now 21-0 with 10:49 to go here in the second quarter. But, they haven't turned the ball over, so that's a positive for Morton. They've been able to stay relatively penalty-free, so that's good. But they have to be able to move the ball on the offense. And, again, we talked about it earlier this quarter. They are with the wind now. And on the very first play of the second quarter, they did 35-yard pass that fell incomplete. But I have a feeling they're going to start maybe trying to open it up a little bit here offensively and see if they can't get some big plays.
All right. Thank you much, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update.
You bet, guys. Talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. That's Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville and Morton. And we're going to let everyone catch their breath because the action is hot and heavy right now. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at PurdueFed.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage presented by Indiana University Northwest. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage, Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and there's been a lot of action here in the first half of the program, so let's see what's going on around the region here in Sectional Championship Week. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, 5A Sectional 10. Michigan City at Valpo. This one's been a defensive battle. In the first quarter was the lone score here. Justin Clark for Valpo with a touchdown run. 7-0 Vikings. That's where we stand late in the second quarter. The beef of the week in 6A Sectional 1. Lake Central at Crown Point. Second quarter, this one is all Bulldogs. They're up 28-0. Larry Ellison has accounted for 3 touchdowns tonight for Crown Point, and Noah Ehrlich with 2 touchdown passes. 5A Sectional 9. Maryville at Morton. In the second quarter, Maryville has opened up a 21-0 lead. Trey Stevens with 2 touchdowns on the ground. 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie at Culver Military. In the second quarter, New Prairie with a 21-7 lead. Reed Robinson, Zach Heinrich, and Brock Sinka with touchdown runs for this Cougars offense in this one. The winner of this game will face the winner of Northwood and Northridge, and the last update was at the half. Northridge was up 7-6. Hanover Central at West Lafayette in 3A Sectional 25. At the half, it's 28-7 Hanover Central. This one has been an exciting second quarter, big second quarter for the Wildcats. Matt Kuntz with 3 touchdown passes in the quarter, including a 4th down and 10 at the end of the half to Caden Verrett from 37 yards out. John Glenn at Knox is the 3A Sectional 26 matchup here. At the half, this one is 38-19. Knox leads in this one, and it's all Miles McLaughlin, as he has 5 touchdowns tonight in this one, all on the ground. Or 4 on the ground and 1 is through the air. 2A Sectional 33, Bremen at LaVille. Third quarter, LaVille has a 21-14 lead in this one. The winner will face Lafayette Central Catholic or Seeger, whoever wins that one. And in the fourth quarter, Lafayette Central Catholic has a 13-0 lead. North Judson at Triton is 1A sectional 41 at the half. North Judson with a big second quarter after being down 7-0. They lead now at the half, 12-7. They'll face the winner of Park Tudor and North Vermilion next weekend. Well, after this break, we'll have more sectional championship coverage.
As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home.
Microbiologist Ann Madden says when you touch your face, you are touching much more than just your skin.
We are an ecosystem, and so you're actually feeling over 100 billion bacterial cells on your face.
From microbes to language to kindergartners, ideas about the small but mighty. Next time on the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 10 and Sunday morning at 11 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
From the Center for Investigative Reporting and PRX, this is Reveal.
If people are dying in your hospital of overdoses, you should know how many there are.
I'm Al Letson. We bring you the best investigative reporting, true stories with impact, over the airwaves every single week. Reveal, because there's always more to the story.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
I made a big mistake.
There are thousands of people who did one stupid thing.
These stories have come up in every job interview I've had in the last 5 years.
And that is the thing that the internet remembers them for.
It has caused trauma to myself and my children in our normal lives.
On the next Radio Lab, is there such a thing as the right to be forgotten?
We live in a world of public shaming. Is that the type of society we want to be?
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
I'm a nude model, and one of my friends says, Trisha, I am more interesting because I know you.
Join us next time for more True Stories Told Live. This week, stories about confrontations. That's the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
What makes the Real Housewives a cultural institution? We descended into the depths of the Bravo Convention to find out.
This is my Comic-Con.
We hear from a Bravo producer.
If you want to be the villain, I'm ready to rock out.
And the housewives themselves.
I am talent, but I'm God's talent.
To understand why the Real Housewives is peak culture. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We have had a lot of action early here. We had some early kickoffs. We've seen a lot of fun action so far. Let's go through some of our sectional games that we've seen so far. We've got Sectional 1, Lake Central, 5-5 at Crown Point. Crown Point's off to a big lead early.
28-0, and this is not where Lake Central wanted to be at halftime. You know, Crown Point, Larry Ellison right now has 3 touchdowns already. Last week he only had 5. Now he's only first half has 3. 8 in 1.5 games.
So we've got an update from Steve Schmidt. Steve, let's open up his mic and take a look. Steve, what's going on? What are you just telling me here?
On that Lake Central Crown Point game, Crown Point just scored again. This was a touchdown pass from Ehrlich to Gibbs, 35-0 Bulldogs.
Wow, they got a running clock already.
Running clock already. So for those of you listening at home and don't understand the rule, for every game, I believe, and I might be wrong here, so correct me if I'm wrong, for every game other than a state championship game, if you're up at 35-0 at any point, it's an automatic running clock for the second half.
Anytime you have 35-point lead.
35-point lead.
That's
correct.
Right.
So so they can get a 35-point lead in the first half, but it will still cause a running clock in the second half.
That's right.
So another game that we're covering here, we've got Sectional 9, Maryville at Hammond Morton. And before we discuss that, we do have Dr. Reed Amons on the line with an update from Maryville at Hammond Morton. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Morton gets on the board for the first time tonight on their last possession, a 25-yard touchdown pass to DeMario Spence. He catches a nice fade route and right in the end zone for a touchdown. The extra point was blocked, so Maryville leads 21-6. Maryville has the ball back. There's about 8.5 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Maryville's out past midfield at this point, just getting into Morton territory on the 49-yard line. But Maryville leads 21-6 just after the DeMario Spence touchdown reception for the Morton Governors.
And this is what Morton needs. If they're going to play with Maryville, they need to get on the board and not going into halftime with a 0 on their end. So, Dr. Reed, did you think that Morton all of a sudden just kind of woke up and started to make corrections?
Yeah, and this last drive was actually really nice for them. They were actually able to run the ball pretty effectively, probably 4 or 5 times, picking up chunks of 7-8 yards at a time. And then certainly capping that drive off with that 25-yard touchdown pass. Certainly something that they needed a little shot in the arm to get things going here in the first half. As we wind down the first half here, Maryville will get the ball to start the second half eventually. But yeah, you're exactly right, Wayne. Morton needed something to get on the board here and at least keep this game competitive and try to stay in it as they trail 21-6 here with 8:05 to go in the second quarter.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Sounds great, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, that was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville at Morton. We're going to go to Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City at Valparaiso. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, gentlemen, so Valpo's pulling away a little bit. Right now it is 14-0 with about 1:50 left to go of the second quarter.
14-0. How did Valpo score?
So that one came down. Clark punched it in on their goal line stand. They got down towards the end zone thanks to Julian Stokes with a 30-yard reception, and then Evan Olson with a 10-yard reception, bringing them to the 2-yard line. And then between Clark and Berta, they were able to punch that in. Clark was able to get it across the final time. Extra point is good. So, yeah, 14-0 Valparaiso.
So, Russell, you, from what I hear, our phone guy, Will Farlow, has said that there's been a bit of technological difficulties at your game.
Yep. This will make the second game this season that I've attended that the scoreboard just stops working. So right now we're just kind of going off the reps. It looks like they have their tech crew trying to sort it out. So I'm hoping, there'll be dubs across the board and they'll be able to fix it.
So basically, it's not you, right? It's the scoreboard.
I can't say it's not, but I've definitely been privy to quite a bit of it.
So the real question is, does the Jumbotron still work?
It does not.
Oh, no.
Marcia would not be happy about this.
Oh,
right
no.
now.
Oh, no. The pride of Valparaiso is that Jumbotron. So we were hoping that we'd be able to see it.
Valparaiso has an outstanding state field, and their athletic department's just great. Real quick, though, with Michigan City, I was saying earlier that I was really hoping that Hart would be able to complete his first pass. He did. It was a heart-to-heart pass, the Trinity Hart to Keelan Hart.
Nice.
He then, the following play, threw his first interception of the night as well.
No.
So he's having a rocky night for sure. It'll be interesting to see if he keeps his feet under him, but he has made multiple first downs, so I'm happy to say that he's shown progression into his game.
Good for him, Russell. So I'm putting you on the spot here, and if you don't know, feel free to tell me you don't know. Are those two related?
They're different spellings, so I'm going to go on that they're not, but there are 3 Hearts on Michigan City, so one of them's found to be related.
A lot of hearts. There's a lot of heart going on
out there over in City.
All right, fair enough. So yeah, I'd imagine they aren't related. But Russell, if I'm Michigan City, how do I get back in this game?
The offensive line really needs to step up. I think that Hart being a young quarterback, behind center, especially in a game such as this. They need to be able to give him more time. He maybe has 3 seconds to throw.
Ooh.
But also, I want to be able to see him get the ball out a little bit faster. Maybe he's got to hit his receivers a little closer. Maybe they have to work in bubble passes. But they really need to be able to hold the line better, give Hart more tools in his toolbox to go with, and be able to actually catch some kind of momentum here.
Sure. It's got to be really difficult being a young quarterback going up against a state championship caliber team in your first start, in a pressure sectional championship situation. And I think, Russ, what do you think are the types of plays that you really need to call for a quarterback in this situation?
Really, diversity is key. If his passes aren't working, I would like to see the OC be able to, work in more of those runs. It's hard to see what does work because he hasn't been able to do his trial by error. This is a heck of a game to really get his feet underneath him. So his guess is as good as mine, but it looks like he's putting it together. He just had a QB keeper for 22 yards.
Wow.
So he's got some wheels under him.
Good.
He's got an arm. I've seen him throw it down range. He's just not hitting his targets just yet, but there's still hope.
I have a question. If people are watching as we're streaming this, we always have really good information about both teams, right?
Yes.
And Michigan City, you've got, they need to control the clock.
Right.
They need to limit mistakes. What is big plans?
I think that's a typo there.
Oh.
That should be big plays there, but who knows? Maybe they have big plans as well.
Right.
Maybe there is some gadget plays there in the offense, and that's maybe what they need right now.
It is.
They need some points there, so maybe they're planning on maybe a bit of trickery, whatever the goofy term you're wanting to use here. I think, and Russell, you may agree with me here, is. What kind of spark does Michigan City need? Is it a gadget play that they need to take over here?
Funny you should say that. About 2 plays back, there was a flea flicker, so they're getting warmed up to the idea of those gadget plays. I don't know if that's going to be like their momentum shift, if one of those work out, or if that's one of those last-ditch efforts, we're going to try to throw anything to the wall and hope it sticks.
Sure.
I think truly they just need to play their hard-nosed football, and I think that they need to go to their game plan. Hopefully it irons out. Be flexible within it as far as the play calling goes, but I mean they've been practicing the same plays all season.
Sure.
They know which ones have worked for them in the past. Hart's able to kind of see the pace of this game and getting comfortable within that. So I wouldn't say go straight to the drawing board and come up with anything that'll work. I think that they just need to have confidence in this team that they've had. They've gotten this far, and I think with that confidence they should be able to catch momentum and move the ball forward.
All right, fair enough. Russell, one more time, what is your score and time update, please?
It is 14-0 Valparaiso with 32 seconds left to go in the first half.
All right, thank you very much. That is Russell Broadhacker with an update from Michigan City at Valparaiso, our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week.
I want to just finish off this. That was a nice catch and a touchdown by you.
Tell you what.
You just did that off the cuff, and I really appreciate that.
Well, I wrote those down, and my handwriting is very poor, so whoever made the graphic very well could have misread my chicken scratches, so that could be a thing there.
But you caught that.
I did, and
it was a touchdown.
I strutted into the end zone with that. Probably my mistake, anyways. Now we're at the top of the hour here. We're going to go ahead and call for our station ID.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell, your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
All right, thank you much. Now that we have properly identified ourselves, we're going to go to properly identify Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover Central at West Lafayette. Kevin, what's going on?
6:19 to go third quarter. Hanover Central leads the West Lafayette Red Devils 28-14 in a sectional 25 championship game. This is a rematch of last year's sectional 25 championship game in Class 3A, a game won by the West Lafayette Red Devils 44-17. There was no doubt this time last year, but Hanover Central took a 28-7 lead on the last play of the first half. But I should say the Devils won the toss to start this game and deferred, which means there was a good chance to sort of take back momentum depending on that first drive of the second half, and that's exactly what the Rev Devils did. A real patient game plan. You wonder, down 3 scores, do they panic? They start throwing the ball around? Not the case at all. Red Devils head coach Shane Fry keeps putting the ball into the hands of his big running back, Mitchell. Sorry. No. Dawson Martin. A little bit of a brain went blank there. And he continued to run the ball. They go on a long, almost 4-minute drive, 61 yards, and it culminates in a Red Devil touchdown. Carson Kitchell finds Cooper Kitchell for a 12-yard touchdown pass. Hanover Central then goes 3 and out on their first possession of the second half, and now the Red Devils have the ball back at their own 30 with a little momentum on their side, and they just got a pass interference, and so they're going to go 1st and 10 at their own 40, down 2 touchdowns, but driving once again.
Now, have they started to throw the ball just a little bit more, or is it all the running back?
Dawson Martin is getting his. That seems to be plan A, but certainly Cooper Kitchell is finding his own. He hasn't missed much the second half, and yes, they are mixing in the pass a little bit more frequently than they were in that first half.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
5:29 to go. Hanover 28, West Lafayette 14.
All right, thank you much. That's Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover at West Lafayette. We're going to go from West Lafayette to Crown Point, Indiana, with an update from Ryan Welsh for our Beef of the Week, Lake Central at Crown Point. Ryan, what's going on?
It's halftime here in Crown Point, and the Bulldogs lead 42-0. They had 3 touchdowns in the third quarter, including a 70-yard touchdown pass to Nicholas Soley, and then a 20-yard touchdown pass Larry Ellison, who has 4 touchdowns in this game.
Wow.
And then a 12-yard touchdown pass to Trevor Gibbs.
So Crown Point's airing the ball out right now.
Right. They used Larry Ellison early, especially in the first quarter, got him 3 touchdowns on the ground, and then that really opened the play-action pass to be very successful. They really like their tight end in play action, including Trevor Gibbs, who had another nice game with a touchdown here today.
So Crown Point has kind of dominated. Is Lake Central able to do anything against the Crown Point defense?
I mean, I wish I could tell you something, but quite frankly, no. They haven't been able to do anything. There's a reason Crown Point is ranked one of the best defenses in the state, and they are controlling Xavier Williams and this Lake Central offense to perfection.
And Ellison now has 4 touchdowns for Crown Point. And Ehrlich seems to be starting to open up his passing game a little bit.
Absolutely. He's had several big plays to his wide receiver, Nicholas Soley, that 70-yard touchdown. But he also had a nice 30-yard pass to Nicholas Soley in the first quarter. So he's airing it out. He's feeling more comfortable. All the guys are hyped on the sideline, and it's just a great day for Crown Point.
Yeah, it seems like Crown Point is all over Lake Central. And so you've reached halftime there, Ryan. One more time, what is that score update, please?
Crown Point leads 42-0.
42-0 from Crown Point over Lake Central. Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing you after third quarter.
Thank you.
All right, thank you much. That was Ryan Welsh with an update from Lake Central at Crown Point. So, Wayne, that one was a little lopsided.
Yeah, I thought that Crown Point would win this one,
sure,
but I didn't think they win it by the half. It's Crown Point is everything you want. They're undefeated. They got a great coach, and they're putting points up on the board on the people.
Yes, they are, and and don't get me wrong, I did believe that Crown Point would win this game, and maybe fairly easily. But the bottom line is, I wasn't expecting 42-0 at any point in this game,
right,
let alone in the first half. So I was thinking, with Xavier Williams being a Division I talent, being one of the most dynamic running backs in Northwest Indiana, that he would maybe cause a little bit of trouble for Crown Point. But now you're at the point now where if if Lake Central wants to come back, now, okay, 42 points, it's a huge comeback, and that would be miraculous. But you really have to take the ball out of your senior running back's hand. You have to throw it.
And the problem is, what does Coach Good tell his players?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's quitting. You're going out there and really going after it. You need to step up your game.
Sure.
But these are 17, 18-year-old kids.
Right.
And they see 42-0, there has to be some intestinal fortitude.
A little bit, right. And so for those of us listening at home or who are watching us here on the show, oftentimes when a team has mentally quit is when you get injured.
Yeah.
So, if your heart's not in it, you're not protecting yourself the way it needs to be. And, I'm not saying that Crown Point's going to do anything nefarious or dirty, but they're going to keep playing because they've got momentum. They've got excitement. They're going to keep playing hard. And a team that is downtrodden, they may not be looking around. They may not be, keeping their head on a swivel, the old cliche they say. So I'm hoping that, A, for Lake Central, these kids are not giving up and they're still fighting. But B, at this point, I want everyone to be safe. I want everyone to remain injury-free. And for Lake Central's sake, I hope that they get some of the younger players in.
Yeah.
You want to get all of your seniors in right now because this is what appears to be the final game of their seniors' careers. And then you want to, once those seniors, let them play the rest of the game. But in areas where you don't have a senior player, try to cycle in some underclassmen, get them that experience, and hopefully everybody stays safe. In that contest.
That's right.
All right, let's go to Joe Arredondo with an update from John Glenn at Knox. Joe, what's going on?
We have finally slowed down on the scoring. It is still 38-19 with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. The theme is still Miles McLaughlin. He just made a tremendous play on defense as Chase Miller, the John Glenn quarterback, cut back and was trying to get a first down on a long run, but he was stopped by McLaughlin. Knox did punt, and it was a great punt. He checked back at the 4-yard line, and now fourth down for John Glenn, and they're deep in their territory here with under 6 minutes to go third quarter. So, Knox's defense would struggle a little bit in the first half. Coaching staff was not thrilled with their performance in the first half. A little better on the first drive. They're going for it on 4th and 9 from their 9.
All right, Joe.
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Is this really what I'm seeing here? Do they know it's 4th down?
Coach them up, Joe.
Okay, they quick kicked.
Okay,
they were out of shotgun, and Chase Miller, who's the quarterback, he just kicked it instead of getting back in punt formation.
That seems a little counterintuitive at that point. You're not playing the field position game.
Yeah,
you're just giving up. Okay.
Yeah, kick it into the wind too. So I just heard they just announced the North Judson score here. That North Judson, I guess, is winning 20-7, and Triton just killed them during the regular season. And that's kind of a surprise. I don't know what that was. The one game of North Judson's year that you looked at their schedule and you're like, what happened there? Because that should have been competitive.
Right.
Well,
revenge is a dish best served on Friday nights here in Northwest Indiana.
In the postseason.
Right, exactly. So, Joe, tell me about Knox. The scoring has slowed down here, but is Knox still chewing that clock up?
Yeah, they are. They just shouldn't try to run the ball now and kill the clock because they have enough points to win the game, obviously. I don't think that they're as physical as maybe Hanover appears to be. Obviously, they got a special player. I mean, he's kind of a poor man's Antoine Randall. He doesn't have that athletic ability, but he's kind of that type of player where he can kind of do everything back there, slot back, running back, quarterback, and then he plays, kind of outside linebacker. When somebody might actually score. No, I thought we were going to get a Jack Conroy touchdown, but he is tackled at the 10-yard line. Thought someone was going to score other than Miles McLaughlin. That would have been news. But he was tackled from behind at the 10-yard line.
So you're seeing a Hall of Fame performance here by Jack McLaughlin there.
Yeah. So, I don't think they're happy with their defense tonight. I was reading online, I guess Hanover is 5 for 5 on 4th downs tonight in the first half.
Yes.
That's tremendous.
and I don't think they're as physical up front. But, they're a Russ Radke team.
Sure.
They do have some athleticism. They are going to battle.
Right.
And they got a special player who just went in for touchdown number 5 from 10 yards away.
All right, Joe. We'll hang out with you until the extra point, and then we'll gotta let you go. But right now, Knox is doing what they do best. They're kind of shoving it down John Glenn's throat there.
Yeah, they are. They're running the football very well. I'm telling you, it was a huge momentum swing. 24-19. They had stopped them. It was 3rd and 10. Everybody in the stadium thought that Knox was going to punt at 4th and 10 from the John Glenn 40-yard line, but they ended up going for it and had a broken coverage and threw a touchdown pass.
Wow.
So I mean that was what changed the game. Because the John Glenn side of the field was very fired up when they called timeout to get the ball back because they thought they were going to punt. Their fans were going nuts. Their coaches were going nuts. And then they threw the ball on 4th and 10 and for a touchdown. And then the game just totally changed. Fumble on the ensuing kickoff. And then, you could see the body language not good for Glenn now.
The balloon deflated at that point.
Yes,
right.
it definitely.
So how
did.
was that point after touchdown, Joe?
He was wasn't Miles McLaughlin, but one of the other players was tackled inside the 1, so they did not get the 2-point conversion. It is 44-19. Knox with 4:30 to go in the 3rd.
All right, thank you much, Joe. We appreciate the update. Right. Looking forward to hearing more from you. We're going to go from.
I want to tell you guys too before I get off. I've become a popular man on the sidelines here. With the interest in the score from the West Lafayette Hanover game. So.
And we're actually going right to that game right now. So we're going to get an update from Kevin.
How you doing?
Joe says hi, Kevin. So,
all right. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Joe. We're going to go from Joe Arredondo to Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover at West Lafayette. Kevin, what's going on?
Is Joe just sticking around just to get Russ Radke's autograph?
Yeah, I think so. He is a member of the fan club down there.
Clearly, yeah. That's hey, I get it, man. It is going to be. They are certainly a team that is going to make a run. Man, he does what he does. But let me get to the game that I'm covering. 2:05 to go. Hanover Central leads 35-14. West Lafayette was trailing 28-14 and driving again. I mentioned the last time I called in that their response to start the 3rd quarter was patient, calm. No panic in this Red Devil. They were facing a 4th and 6. They punted. They punted all the way down to bury Hanover and try to get some field position. Again, no panic on the part of Red Devils coach Shane Fry. So Hanover Central with a 2-touchdown lead, but in their only possession had gone 3 and out in the second half. Starts at their own 10-yard line. No problem. Just give the ball to Caden Barrett. A 90-yard touchdown.
Wow.
The first time he touches the ball on that possession. And extra point good. Emmy Doty is a perfect 5 for 5 on PATs.
Wow.
And it is 35-14. West Lafayette, meanwhile, continues to put the ball in the gut of Dawson Martin, and they have now driven the ball into Hanover Central territory at the 38-yard line with 1:40 to go, 3rd quarter, trailing 35-14. At some point, you have to think that Fry's got to start opening it up.
You think?
Again, trailing 35-14, but this is Dawson Martin's game. He's moving the ball, but at some point, it's you just got to wonder.
Right.
You can't get 6 and 7 yards at a time. You may be moving the chains, but you're also making that clock tick. And at this point, head coach Brian Parker's got to be thanking Shane Fry for continuing to give the ball to Dawson Martin. Again, still 1 minute to go, 3rd quarter. A lot of time, a lot of things can change. But when you've got Caden Barrett, who is, by the way, now scored 2 touchdowns, and including an electric, just an electric in the open field tonight. He can break one wide open. So Kitchell, just as soon as I mentioned that, finds Dawson Martin for a touchdown pass. He stops just shy. He's inside the 10. Touchdown saving tackle made. Okay. And they're opening it up, but still, it's the Dawson Martin. So 44 seconds to go, and the Red Devils are on the move, trailing 35-14. But inside the Hanover 10 now.
All right. Thank you much, Kevin. We appreciate the update. You've got a fun one there.
I'll call you back in the 4Q.
All right. Sounds good. That's Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover Central at West Lafayette. So we've got a break coming here pretty soon, but I wanted to pick your brain, Wayne. What are you thinking about the action so far? What's catching you off guard? What are you keeping your eye on?
Well, certainly Knox has really surprised me in the number of points they've put up. Glenn is a good team, and they're up 44-19 right now. And Miles McLaughlin, 5 TDs, 2 extra points he ran in. Actually, you know what? I think he has 6 TDs now. This is just an amazing effort for this young man.
Yeah, they've looked really, really good tonight. We knew Knox was good. Look at their coach. I mean, this is a Northwest Indiana legend who has taken teams from throughout the region and beyond, downstate to state championship caliber programs that he keeps building. So we know that they're very good. For me, you know what's catching me off guard right now? It's Hanover Central. I actually, if you remember last week, I said, hey, I think Hanover Central is going to take this game. But they're doing it with emphasis right now. They are really bringing it. So this is, we said earlier tonight, this is one of the biggest games in Hanover Central's history, and they're bringing it when the lights are the brightest. So I really got to give them credit on
35-14 over West Lafayette, and as we said all night, West Lafayette beat them handily last year.
Right.
Hanover Central's paying them back.
Yeah, I think so. And like we said, revenge is a dish best served on Friday nights here in Northwest Indiana. Right. So we've got an update before we hit break with Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville at Morton. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, as the last couple minutes of the half were waning, Maryville did put together a nice drive. They get inside the 5-yard line of Morton, but facing a 4th and 1 from the 4-yard line, the Morton defense comes up big and stops Trey Stevens at the line of scrimmage, and he was unable to pick up the first down. Morton picked up some nice yardage on their drive, getting the ball out to the 50-yard line, but their drive stalls. They have to punt the ball back to Maryville. Maryville runs out the clock right before halftime. So Maryville takes a 21-6 lead over Morton into the halftime. Coach Cease and the Pirates are in the locker room, as well as the Governors from Morton. And we're out here at Lotneck Field at Morton High School with Maryville on top, 21-6 at halftime.
Dr. Reed, are you surprised that Maryville maybe has not scored more? Just because as we look around the area, Crown Point's already scored 42, Hanover 35, and Knox 44. I thought maybe Maryville would kind of run the table on Morton in the first half.
Yeah, they did score touchdowns on 3 of their 5 possessions. They only had the ball 5 times in the first half. Their first drive did stall, a 3-and-out. And that last drive, I guess if you count the 2 plays right before halftime, it was 3 out of 6. But really at 5 drives or 5 possessions, full possessions. And on that last full possession, they did get stopped inside the 5-yard line. So 3 out of the 5 real possessions, not too bad for the Pirates. But because both teams have been effectively running the ball and not through the air so much. The clock has been running quite a bit here in the first half and really limited the number of possessions. So could Maryville be up by a little bit more? I think so. But Coach Cease will rally the troops here at halftime, and they will get the ball first. Maryville will possess the ball first here in the second half, and probably try to get a quick score in here and really try to take really strong control of this game here in the second half right from the start.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate it. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Yeah, we have Maryville 21 and Morton 6. There's about 7 minutes still to go here at halftime, but we are at the half, 21-6, Maryville on top of Morton.
All right, thank you very much. That's Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville at Hammond Morton. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage presented by Indiana University Northwest. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage, Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM. Streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Second half of these games are starting to kick off, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out in the Sacred Dunes game of the week, 5A Sectional 10, Michigan City at Valpo. This one is at the half now, and it's 14-0 Vikings. Justin Clark with a pair of touchdown runs in this one. Lake Central at Crown Point in 6A Sectional 1. This is our beef of the week. In the halftime break, it's 42-0 Crown Point. Larry Ellison having a huge night, 3 touchdowns on the ground, and Noah Ehrlich has 3 touchdowns himself through the air. The winner of this game will face the winner of Mishawaka and Penn, and late in the fourth quarter, Penn with a 28-3 lead in that one. 5A Sectional 9, Maryville at Morton at the half. Maryville with a 21-6 lead. Or actually, this one's in the second half, rather. 21-6 lead there. Trey Stevens with a couple touchdown runs in this one for the Pirates, and Javion Gills with a 15-yard touchdown run. Also, Holland Harris with a touchdown pass to Demario Spence for the Governors. 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie at Culver Military. Third quarter, New Prairie's opened up a 29-7 lead. Marshall Kamichek finally got his first touchdown of the night. The 3 scores that preceded this one, he had huge runs to set up each score, so he finally gets on the board himself. 29-7, New Prairie leads in this one. They'll face the winner of Northwood and Northridge next week, and currently in the fourth quarter, Northwood has a 17-14 lead. 3A Sectional 25, Hanover Central at West Lafayette. In the fourth quarter, it's 35-14 Hanover Central. Matt Coons has 3 touchdowns tonight for the Wildcats, 2 through the air and 1 on the ground. John Glenn at Knox in 3A Sectional 26. In the fourth quarter, it's 44-19 Knox, and it's all Miles McLaughlin in this one, as he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, count them, 6 touchdowns on the night tonight for the Redskins, and there might be a petition out there to change the team mascot. 2A Sectional 33, Bremen at LaVille. This one has just gone final. LaVille's a winner tonight, 28-14. LaVille advances. They'll be facing the winner of Lafayette Central Catholic at Seeger. This one's in the fourth quarter, and it's all LCC, so it looks like it's going to be LaVille traveling to Lafayette Central Catholic next week. And finally, North Judson at Triton in the third quarter. North Judson has a 20-7 lead, scoring 20 unanswered points in this one. We'll have second half coverage of the sectional championship games after this break here on 89.1 FM.
I'm a nude model. And one of my friends says, Trisha, I am more interesting because I know you.
Join us next time for more True Stories Told Live. This week, stories about confrontations. That's the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
What makes the Real Housewives a cultural institution? We descended into the depths of the Bravo Convention to find out.
This is my Comic-Con.
We hear from a Bravo producer.
If you want to be the villain, I'm ready to rock out.
And the housewives themselves.
I am talent, but I'm God's talent.
To understand why the Real Housewives is peak culture. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
From Muddy Waters to Toronzo Cannon and Buddy Guy to Wayne Baker Brooks, the blues lives on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM every Friday night, beginning at 10 p.m. following game night. Cruise the blues with Mr. Jack. Visit all of your friends of the blues and wrap up with Blues Before Sunrise. Friday night is Blues Night here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org or on your smart speaker.
What if you get an offer to go on tour with one of the biggest bands of all time, Fleetwood Mac? When the tour starts, everybody's there. The manager, the bus driver, the groupies, everyone except Fleetwood Mac. Snap proudly presents The Real Fleetwood Mac. Snap judgment, storytelling with the beat. Do not miss it.
Tune in Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday afternoon at noon here on Lakeshore Public Media.
I'm Karen Grigsby Bates. This week on Our Body Politic, what's on tap for the Supreme Court with NYU professor Melissa Murray.
The administrative state has become really a target of the right in recent years, and there are a number of cases this term that give the conservative legal movement a rare opportunity to take aim and really hobble the administrative state.
That's on Our Body Politic, a show about creating a world we want to live in.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 10 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
When politicians overhauled welfare in the 90s, work was center stage.
Get those people back to work.
And it spawned a lucrative industry that profits off people in need.
What about the welfare recipient?
Think of them more as the product of our company, their inventory.
The Welfare to Work Industrial Complex on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
We are reaching halftime of a lot of these games here. This is Ben Kolodzinski here with Wayne Svetanoff. Wayne, there has been a ton of action this night, and I tell you what, I don't know how to even contain myself. I know that Lake Central and Crown Point is all over Lake Central. That's going to be a running clock here in the second half.
Yeah, it really is. 42-0. And,
yeah.
Like you were saying early, the Lake Central needs to get their young kids in, get all their seniors in, but now give the young kids some time because that's building for the future.
Building for the future, and the coaches, they're well aware of how to handle this situation. Moving on to Sectional 9, we got Maryville all over Hammond Morton, 21-7 at halftime.
Yeah, and that's a situation where Maryville is just very, very strong. Right. Trey Stevens has 2 touchdowns already. They have a variety of people that can score, but their defense also has played very well for Maryville.
Yes. Michigan City was down last I heard 14-0 against Valparaiso. Is that still the case? Yeah, it's still the case according to our analytics desk.
Valpo was up 14-0.
Correct. 14-0 there. About where I saw this game going, in my opinion.
Not me.
No? Okay.
As I look at the field here, this is the lowest scoring game for the team that's winning on all the sectionals that we're covering. Yeah. And when you lose your quarterback, Tyler Bush, does that say that Michigan's defense has really played well? Or is it the fact that, Valparaiso has kind of gotten out of that, punishing mode.
We'll see. Steve's got something to add here. Steve Schmidt. What do you have to say, Steve?
Yeah, I agree. I think the defenses for both teams are stepping up because we're midway through the third quarter in this one, and it's still 14-0. But, you got to feel for the backup quarterback there for Michigan City. He's been put in a tough spot playing the defending 5A state champs for his first start of the season, presumably, and probably his first start of his high school career. So, I mean, it's definitely not an ideal situation, but he's got to find a way here for Michigan City.
From the frying pan into the flame, right? Hit the ground running. That's what you got there. So before we go over some of these other sectional games, we've got an update from Joe Arredondo with a high-scoring John Glenn at Knox game. Joe, what's going on?
All right, they have finally taken Miles McLaughlin out of the ball game, and someone else has scored. Jake Conroy has taken it in after Cam Jordan took it down to the 1, and looked like he might have got in, but the linesman said no, he was down inside the 1. Jake Conroy has taken it in. We have the extra point pending, 8:18 to go. Knox 50, John Glenn 25.
Joe, when the fans saw McLaughlin being taken out of the game, did the stands empty?
You know what? Actually, Wayne, he just came back in for the 2-point conversion.
There we go.
He handed it off to Jordan, so he could go in. So it's now 52-25. I don't know. I kind of wanted to take off, but
You know
what it was. He was actually getting a rest because on a 3rd and 10, he ran for about 60 yards. Guys, I'm going to want to try to find the stat guy like next week because I don't know how many yards he's got. I know he has 5 TDs and a touchdown pass and 2 2-point conversions. He's got an awful lot of tackles on defense and some one-on-one solo tackles tonight as well because he is, again, athletic, very quick and shifty. So he plays outside linebacker, but the Knox defense has been confused tonight at times, and their coaches are not happy about it. John Glenn has an outstanding offensive coach, and obviously they've been very successful in football over the years, and they had a lot of things that they've thrown at them offensively tonight. And Knox has been confused a lot tonight on defense.
But also, Knox has been less than confused on offense, scoring 50 points. So,
52 now.
52 points. I forgot about that. So keep this in mind. In order to win a football game, what do you got to do? You have to score one more point than the other team, and they're doing that in bunches right now.
They are. And obviously they've had their way offensively for most of the night. Mostly running the ball. They had the big 4th down and 10 where they threw the touchdown pass. Again, they don't throw much, but they got a nice percentage when they do throw. But again, I think the Coach Racky is going to have a lot of things to work on defensively. Sure. If you recall, it's been well known that when Coach Racky was at Griffith, they would practice offense for 2 hours, and then they would practice defense for 2 hours. At least one of those nights a week. It wasn't like we're going to work on both things at the same time. They have some very, very long practices during the week where they worked on both sides of the ball separately. And I'm sure if he doesn't still do that, he's going to want to do that after this. Sure. He watches this film again. So.
Yeah, it seems like he has the right opportunity to be motivational to that defense, but there's no better way to be motivational than after a victory.
Definitely. They got a lot of things to clean up. Their defense bent a lot last week but didn't break. And, Knox just called a timeout, and Coach Racky is out there teaching and coaching that defense again, because again he is not thrilled with the defensive side of the ball tonight. So he is out there coaching. They have had confusion on a couple of drives, but with some of these, they had the old John Glenn. And I don't know if they've shown it this year or not, but they brought up the swinging gate in the first half, and it was kind of a variation of the swinging gate because that formation is usually all to one side of the field, but they had players on each side of the field, like 3 linemen on each side, and Knox did not defend it very well at all. They were not adjusting to it. The coaches were screaming at them what to do, but the players were not adjusting. It appeared that it was like the first time they had seen it, in their coverages. So, me and one older gentleman was the IHSA hat on. We were kind of laughing about the dreaded swinging gate broke out, but he was like telling me though, he says that's kind of a variation though, because they've got guys on each side where I think, Ben, you're familiar with that because didn't Jeff Rahm used to run that?
He would on occasion on special teams.
Right. So they usually have the 5 guys on one side of the field, and the openings on the line of scrimmage in the middle, and then on the other side, they had 3 guys on each side of the field. So it's kind of a variation, of that formation. So.
Joe, you were talking about Radke being on the field and trying to correct things and then, having these long practices. When you look at that, sometimes parents look at that and say, well, you got 52 points. What do you need to do? But Hanover is up 35-20 on West Lafayette. They can score.
Yes, Wayne, and that's a great point. But I keep forgetting to mention, you guys, this is the first time ever that Knox has had an undefeated regular season. So they're in uncharted waters right now. And I don't know if the parents and the fans really know how to react. I got a feeling with the regional championship on the line next week, they're going to have a couple-hour practice on offense and a couple-hour practice on defense next week, especially after tonight, because they're going to need reps defensively. And then it's going to come down to tackling Caden Verrett, I think, when it comes down to it, and being physical enough to take on the line of scrimmage against Hanover. So, but they've got things to work on defensively. But again, undefeated regular season, that's something special that's never happened down here. So.
All right, Joe. Thank you very much for coming up on a hard break. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
Okay, Chase Miller for Glenn just had a really long run deep into Knox territory, but with 6:37 to go, it is Knox 52 and John Glenn 25.
All right, thank you much, Joe. Hey, do us a favor, give us a call when this one goes final.
All right, guys. Did you want me to try to get an interview?
That would be great if you could, please.
Okay. I'll get somebody. I think if Coach doesn't, I think definitely we can get Tyler Radke would definitely
sounds good to me.
Talk to us. All right, guys.
All right, thank you much. Appreciate it,
Okay.
Joe. That's Joe Arredondo with an update from John Glenn at Knox. We do have a hard break, but we have 2 phone callers, Russell Broadhacker and Kevin Driscoll on the back end of this break.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage presented by Indiana University Northwest. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage, Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM. Streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. I have some scores here in the second half of coverage tonight. I'm going to run through these real quick here because we do have full phone lines, starting out with the Sacred Dunes game of the week. Valpo hosting Michigan City. Michigan City's gotten on the board here in the second half. It's 14-7 Vikings. Crown Point's up all over Lake Central in this one, 42-7 in the B for the week. That last update, Maryville's up 21-6 over Morton. New Prairie's opened up a 43-14 lead over Culver Military. Hanover Central leads West Lafayette 35-20. Knox up over John Glenn 52-25. Bremen takes down LaVille tonight, other way there. LaVille takes down Bremen 28-14, and North Judson leads Triton 20-7 in the fourth quarter. Wayne and Ben, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steve. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We've got full phone lines here, but we're going to go ahead and start off with Russell Broadhacker with an update from Michigan City at Valpo, our Sacred Dunes game of the week. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, gentlemen. So we have about 4 minutes left to go of the third quarter, and Michigan City is on the board.
Oh, wow.
14-7, Valparaiso is leading. That touchdown from Michigan City, it was a wild progression for them. They got an interception at the 50-yard line. That would be Clark's first interception of the night. They were able to run the ball a little bit, but on a 3rd and long, they threw it past interference on the 10-yard line. So,
oh wow!
As it goes, ball spotted at the call of the foul. So it took them 3 tries, but then heart to heart, touchdown Michigan City. Extra point is good, making it 14-7. Valparaiso still up.
Looks like Michigan City certainly took advantage of that, but it's only a 1-score game right now for Valparaiso. So, that old saying of you don't want to let your opponent into that fourth quarter where they have a shot at winning this game.
Oh, most definitely. I think Michigan City's defense is holding surprisingly well, especially during the second half. Their defensive backs are covering really tight. Their defensive line is holding up. We do have one injury as far as Valpo is concerned on their defensive line. That is number 69. Sorry, I can't think of his name right now.
Okay.
But he was helped off the field, so I believe that was their nose tackle. So they're a little light on the front line, but we'll see as this game goes on.
All right, thank you much. Russell, one more time, what is your score and time update, please?
14-7 Valparaiso with 4 minutes left to go in the third quarter.
All right, thank you much. That was Russell Broadhacker with our Sacred Dunes game of the week. We're going to go from Valparaiso to Hammond with an update from Dr. Reed Amons with Maryville at Morton. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, in their last possession, Maryville converted a really nice 3rd and 3, a little 5-yard curl by sophomore wide receiver Bogart. And he was able to turn upfield to pick up another 33 yards, so a 39-yard completion in the books. That gets the ball down to the 15-yard line. Then Jacarius Johnson runs the ball in from 15 yards out. The extra point was good. That puts Maryville up on top 28-6. The defense then turned up the pressure on Morton and forced a 3-and-out. Maryville's got the ball back. There's 7:42 to go here in the third quarter. Maryville on top 28-6, and Maryville's already down inside there was actually a scoring play that they called an unsportsmanlike penalty on before the ball crossed the end zone. So I believe they're placing the ball at the looks like about the 4-yard line. Oh, okay, the score's going to be good. They're going to enforce the penalty on the kickoff, I believe.
Okay.
Actually, both teams kind of standing around, but I'm sorry, so the touchdown does count. It is good. So it's 34-6. The extra point is pending. There's 7:42 to go here in the third quarter. Maryville really getting a lot of momentum here, scoring on their first 2 possessions of the second half. The extra point is good. Maryville on top, 35-6, 7:42 to go in the third quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update.
You bet, guys.
We'll go from Dr. Reed Amons to Ryan Welsh with an update from our beef of the week, Lake Central at Crown Point.
Yeah, so there's 1:30 left in this game, and Lake Central finally gets some points on the board with a 30-yard touchdown pass from Kwiatkowski to Trevor Kubacki. And then they almost had another touchdown. They were in the red zone, and Xavier Williams fumbled. It was an 80-yard bring back from Crown Point. Jacob Garcia, sorry, I was trying to think of his name, forced the fumble for Crown Point. So now Crown Point is in the red zone with 1 minute left in this game.
Has Crown Point, has Allison scored 4 touchdowns tonight?
Yes, he has.
Yes, he has. Okay.
Wow. All right. So Ryan, one more time, what is that score? And it's more than likely going to be the final, right?
Yes, so Crown Point's taking a knee out, so it will be the final score. Crown Point wins 42-7.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. That is Ryan Welsh with an update from our Beef of the Week, Lake Central and Crown Point. We're going to move from Crown Point to West Lafayette, Indiana, with Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover at West Lafayette. Kevin, what's going on?
1:30 to go, fourth quarter. West Lafayette driving, trailing by 8. And this one has been all West Lafayette in terms of momentum. Hanover Central led this game 35-14, but since then, Hanover Central has tried to milk clock, but has not been able to find the end zone. West Lafayette, meanwhile, has done just that. They have stolen momentum. They are now at the Hanover Central 20-yard line, trailing by 8. So we get 1:04 to go, 35-27. Hanover Central trying to hang on. But West Lafayette has a lot of momentum in this one.
So what is West Lafayette doing well right now that they weren't doing earlier?
They are completing passes, and Dawson Martin is getting loose, and Hanover Central's been flagged for a couple of long penalties. So there again, you get a lead, you wonder, and they're throwing it to the end zone, and Dylan Bowen breaks it up. And we now have 40 seconds to go, and Hanover Central is hanging on. So West Lafayette, behind the passing of quarterback Carson Kitchell and the running of Dawson Martin, has just patiently chipped away at this Hanover Central lead and now trails 35-27. But again, with 40 seconds to go from the Hanover Central 19-yard line, Hanover Central defense on its heels as they have been for much of this fourth quarter.
All right, Kevin, we're going to stick with you for the rest of this game, or however long we come to a resolution here. What does Hanover's defense need to do here to secure this lead?
Paul is whistled dead. 3rd and 10. There's a timeout on Hanover Central. What do they need is, the only time, it just seems like Hanover Central has been unable to really stop the big play. When you go back to the last drive, Dawson Martin scored from 3 yards out, but the big play of that was a double pass. Cooper Kitchell catches a 60-yard double pass. So there's a lot of trick plays up the sleeve of Red Devils head coach Shane Fry. That one was the big play, and then a few yards later. But again, Hanover's been flagged for a couple of pass interference, defensive holding penalties that have really been costly. Red Devils missed a PAT. That is looming large at this point, because even if they find the end zone in the next 39 seconds, they would have to complete a 2-point conversion.
Yeah, obviously that's big, and it just goes to show you how Emmy Doty and her consistency has been great for Hanover this season.
You're absolutely right. She is a perfect 5 for 5 tonight. Hanover Central on offense, their last 2 possessions have driven the ball but have been unable to find the end zone. They went on a 4+ minute drive that turned over on down to the 15, but they were okay with that, not thinking that the Devils had the opportunity to score quickly, but that's exactly what they have done. Right now, Kitchell is rolling out to his left, looking to the end zone. He's got a man in the back of the end zone. It is ruled a touchdown, and the Red Devils have scored with 29 seconds and are now trailing Hanover Central by just 2 points. That ball was in the back of the end zone. Dylan Bowen thought he had been at the back of the end zone, but the official ruled that he was, in fact, in. So Kitchell throws into the end zone. I did not get the receiver on that, but the important thing is, again, the Red Devils now trail Hanover 35-33, 29 seconds to go, and are lining up for a 2-point conversion. What a fourth quarter
my goodness.
This has been all Red Devils.
So right now, one stop for Hanover. Their defense has done it all year.
There's a flag that is whistled. The Red Devils are going to be flagged for a false start for this crucial. They had 2 men in motion, it looked like, there as they were looking for this very crucial 2-point. That's going to set them back to make a 7-yard conversion here.
Not easy.
That is crucial. So West Lafayette does call a timeout. They're going to have to regroup. You're obviously looking at a passing situation, but that has been where quarterback Carson Kitchell has excelled here in this fourth quarter. You got to tip your cap so much to the cool heads on this home sideline for West Lafayette. They have trailed for most of this game, but they came out in the second half. They got the ball to start the second half, and again, trailing by 3 touchdowns, did not panic at all, were okay to go on a scoring march, giving the ball to their running back, taking time off the clock, and you wondered at some point they've got to put the ball in the air. They have done that, but it's been very calm, very patient, and here we sit, just a 2-point conversion away from tying this game and possibly sending this into free football time.
Okay, Kevin, so what do you think West Lafayette's going to do? Are they going to try to throw a pass or let their running back try to get that 7?
I don't think Dawson Martin has a 7-yard run in him. I think you got to be looking at a crossing route of some sort.
Does Martin have
to his sideline, and they're going to call another timeout. So West Lafayette is you can't take him with you, right?
Right.
So they're going to talk it over. I'm sure that was Shane Fry coming out and looking out over the Hanover defense and saying, I'll take another one. Let's see. Based on, this is a chess match right now.
Kevin, does Dawson have the ability to come out of the backfield and catch something?
Absolutely has. Dawson Martin has been a threat out of the backfield. In fact, a lot of yardage has come just that. They've got a lot of delay routes where Martin will look like he's in a pass block situation, wait that couple heartbeat of a second, and then just release. And Hanover's linebackers have not adjusted to that play. That's burned him about 3 or 4 times tonight. That actually could be something that's up the sleeve. Dawson Martin is the lone back lined up, and you wonder if they'll have that delay release play. Either way, you're looking at a pass attempt. But here we go. Kitchell in shotgun. He's looking to the end zone. He's got a man, and that's exactly what that play was. I called it. It was a delay route to Dawson Martin, who escaped into the flat for about the 5th time tonight, and it was wide open. There wasn't a single Hanover defender anywhere between 20 yards for him. 29 seconds to go. This game is all tied at 35. The irony is I spent a lot of time on hold listening to Joe Arredondo talk about next week's Hanover Central Knox matchup, and I kept saying as I was on hold, hey, Joe, it's you're talking too soon because this West Lafayette team has come back charging here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, this is an incredible comeback, and it's kind of a quicksand type effect here for Hanover. West Lafayette has all the momentum. Hanover needs to get their feet out of the quicksand because their season is in the brink right now.
This is a team who's been here before. They are playing in the second half like they've been here before.
Right.
Coach Shane Fry has been here for 11 seasons, and in that time, he has never lost more than 3 games in a season, and that run includes a state championship in 2018, a state runner-up in 2015, a regional title last season, including a sectional title win over Hanover, additional regional appearances in 2017, 2016, and 2013. Shane Fry and this team was not intimidated by a 3-score deficit as they came out of that locker room.
Yeah, and you had mentioned that they played a very patient style of offense in the third quarter, but it seems to have worked out.
That's correct. Dylan Bowen receives the kickoff at about it's going to be whistled at about the 29-yard line. So with 23 seconds to go, and there's a late flag that came in. And this looks a little on the chippy side. You wonder who that's going to be on. Hanover has not had the benefit of a lot of calls tonight. It's a personal foul against Hanover. And,
wow.
I don't think that's going to matter. Ultimately, at this point, you're looking at a kneel-down situation and probably playing for overtime.
Sounds good there. Kevin, we are going to keep you on online.
What I'd like to do is I'm going to go down to the field.
Okay.
Because I'm in the press box, and I'm going to probably be down there, and I'll call you back on this one.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much, Kevin. We appreciate that. All right, so that's Kevin Driscoll there with an update from Hanover Central at West Lafayette. That game is going into overtime. We are going to eventually, Andrew, can we do the station ID a minute or two early? All right, we're going to go ahead and do the call for the station ID.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM, Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take an update from Russell Broadhacker for our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. He's on line 2. Russell, if we have you here, we have a game going into overtime, so we can't take very long. What do you got?
Yep, we'll make this real quick then. Valpo marched down. Clark met up with Julian Stokes for a 20-yard receptive touchdown. Extra point was no good. So currently is 20-7. Valpo leading Michigan City with 11 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. Who scored that touchdown?
Julian Stokes.
Julian Stokes. Okay, thank you very much, Russell. That's an update from Russell Broadhacker with Michigan City at Valparaiso, our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Dr. Reed, we have a game going into overtime, so we're going to have touch and go here. Dr. Reed, what's going on with Maryville and Morton?
Yeah, John Peters gets an interception for the Pirates, returns it just outside the 25-yard line. Gills runs in another touchdown for the Pirates. That put Maryville up 42-6, so we're to the running clock with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. I'll probably just call back with a final when this one goes final, guys.
That sounds good. Dr. Reed, we really appreciate your updates. Thank you very much. That's Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville and Morton. So we are at it. This is the grand finale on our final show of the year. We are getting down to our final hour, and we're going to sit here and we're going to go back to Kevin Driscoll as soon as he calls back in. We have Kevin Driscoll on line 1 with an update from Hanover Central at West Lafayette. Kevin, what's going on?
All right, so if you're just joining us, let me see if I can't bring you up to speed. First of all, let's start with where we are. We are in overtime right now. We are just short. The officials are meeting at midfield. There will be a coin toss in overtime. If my memory serves me correctly, it's sort of like NCAA rules where you have a possession in high school football. You start at the 10.
Correct.
And so that's where we will be. Hanover Central led this game 35-14 with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Caden Verrett broke loose for a 90-yard touchdown, and with his big play-making ability, you had to think that was what was going to be the winning formula for the Wildcats. And as they moved into the fourth quarter, it seemed like they were content to salt clock. They got away from the big play attempts, and they certainly were not passing the ball. But the Red Devil defense was holding Verrett. At one point, Verrett drove the ball down to the 15. They turned the ball over on downs. But West Lafayette gets a 60-yard double pass. Was a big play of one of their drives, and have just chipped away. And with less than a minute to go, the score, followed by a 2-point conversion, has tied this one up at 35. So, again, Hanover led 35-14, and ever since that point, from the 30-minute mark of the third quarter, it has been all Red Devils. So Hanover's defense has been on their heels throughout the fourth quarter, and this Red Devil defense, with their fans behind them, playing with the momentum.
So, Kevin, all the momentum is on West Lafayette's side right now, but we know the big play ability for Hanover is there. Who needs to step up and really take this over?
Oh, I don't know. And when I say I don't know, I say Hanover's not been in this situation. Hanover has not been in this situation. You know, Hobart was the only game that was really close. They have not played in an overtime game since their first season back in 2014.
Yeah.
Brian Parker has never had to play in an overtime game in his 6 years here at Hanover Central, his only 6 years as a head coach. This is Brian Parker's first time playing an overtime game as a head coach.
Okay, so Kevin, they'll probably do the coin flip. If you're Hanover, do you want to go first or second?
Well, I think you obviously want to be on defense first, because then you can kind of determine what you have to do if you score. Do you want to go for PAT and tie it, or do you want to go for 2 and go for the win? Figure out what you have to do. Right now, both coaches are meeting at midfield, which is odd. I don't believe it's a coach coin flip situation. It may be related to a late hit situation. No, that was a coin flip. So
oh, wow. Okay.
I don't know what the call was. I will be able to let you know as soon as I see the units head out onto the field.
Yeah, Kevin, we just got word from Steve Schmidt that the coaches do the coin flip for overtime. Yes.
I watch a lot of college football. I guess I was expecting captains to go back out there.
Right.
Hanover Central is going to start on offense.
Okay.
So that means that West Lafayette likely won the toss and elected to go on defense. So the ball is placed with the nose of the football at the 10. And here we go, huh? High school football's fun.
Yes, it is.
Just a few things as we wait for the West Lafayette defense to come out onto the field. I can tell you that this is Hanover Central's 4th straight sectional final. They won one back in 2021. That was a sectional final against Knox. They lost then in the regional, their only regional appearance, to Mishawaka Marion. Last season, West Lafayette moved back to sectional through 25, and they defeated the Wildcats in the sectional final. That game was at Hanover Central. On 1st and 10, it is a 10-yard touchdown run for Dawson Martin.
Wow.
On the very first carry of the game, Dawson Martin goes 10 yards, and he is running like a man possessed.
Wow. So
and now this is crucial. With Dawson and so much momentum, you wonder if they run for 2 or do they kick the PAT? Right now, it looks like Rumbakis comes on, and he's going to attempt the PAT. Remember, he missed one at the start of the 4th quarter, which loomed large there with the 2-point conversion late in the game. Rumbakis, PAT is good. And so 42-35, the Red Devils lead. I mentioned that Hanover Central was coming out on offense, but of course I was wrong. So that shows you my play-by-play skills anyway. But again, I'm not really doing play-by-play.
No,
I'm
of course.
giving you my perspective on what happens to be happening here.
Exactly.
On the field.
But you are the best in the business. You are a wordsmith, so we will take everything we can get from you, Kevin.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm in delay, too. I'm waiting a full second before I tell you what's going on.
Sure.
How's that? That covers me.
I appreciate
believe,
that.
Right?
I think that's a legal
So Hanover
term.
Central won the toss, elected to go on defense, but that was a very, very, very short defensive stand. A one-play possession, Dawson Martin 10 yards, and now Kuntz comes out, and on the first play of the drive, hands it to Caden Verrett, which I believe, by the way, again, this is my op-ed piece, I believe was a very smart call, except it only went for 2 yards. And so Hanover will be looking at 2nd and 8. 2nd and goal from the 8. They need a touchdown. They need a PAT. If the Red Devils were to hold on, this would be their 7th sectional championship in the last 11 years.
Wow. You know, obviously, we're pulling for Hanover here to kind of break
gets
this.
Loose, and he is down to the 1.
Oh.
Escaped the tackle, fell forward, and he is down. It appears that he may have fumbled the ball. It's on the outside. I'm down on the. I'm down on the field, but that's on the far side. Of course, they're running away from me. They are going to be facing a 3rd and goal at the 1-yard line.
Okay.
I don't think there's any doubt who's getting the ball here. And it's really been a contrast of 2 styles. Dawson Martin, I mentioned he isn't a show pony. He's a workhorse. Right. Caden Verrett's a show pony. he is dynamic. He is electric. And he is a game breaker at any point. It is interesting, if I had to be critical of anything, it's that we have a whistle right before the snap and a timeout, Wildcats. So right before the snap, Brian Parker, who is the offensive play caller, the head coach, is the offensive play caller for Hanover, didn't like something and called timeout. So if I had to be critical of anything, it was that as Hanover, and rightfully so, the 35-14 lead, eat some clock, right? Well, they got away from doing what was getting them a lot of yardage, getting Cade and Verrett in space. It seemed like they were content to chip away, break the rock, if you will, run the ball between the tackles, but that was resulting in turnovers on downs. And there was one particular scoring drive, or what looked like would be a scoring drive, 4+ minutes taken off the clock early on in the fourth quarter. It resulted in a turnover on downs at the West Lafayette 15-yard line. And on the very first play, the Red Devils get a double pass that goes 60 yards, flips the field, and that was probably the biggest momentum shift of this game. Hanover Central comes back out, 3rd and goal from the 1. They need a touchdown and a PAT to keep this one going. Matt Kuntz is going to keep it, and he's going to score. Matt Kuntz is in for the touchdown, and now it's decision time.
Wow.
It is decision time. Do you send Emmy Doty, the senior kicker, out to tie this game, or do you go for the win here?
Oh, my goodness.
Trails 42-41. Matt Kuntz is running out onto the field.
Here we go.
And, folks, this sounds a lot like that. Was it the Highland and Morton game earlier this season? Hanover Central is either going to win it or they're going to lose it here.
Let's go. Rock and roll.
Matt Kuntz is 3 yards away. He gives it up. There is a whistle and a timeout. This is a chess match.
You love this.
Lafayette.
You got to love this. This is what it's all about, folks.
That gives Brian Parker a little bit of an opportunity to think about this decision. There was no hesitation whatsoever on the part of Brian Parker. He did not send his kicking unit out. Matt Kuntz never left the field. He scored the touchdown, started to trot back toward Brian Parker, who waved him back out onto the field, and they actually were trying to go somewhat hurry up, maybe catch the Red Devils on their heels. So, again, we are 42-41. Red Devils lead from Gordon Straley Field here in West Lafayette. Hanover Central looking to avenge a loss in last year's Sectional 25, 3A Sectional 25 final to these very same Red Devils. The only loss they've experienced since the start of the 2022 season. And an undefeated season for Hanover Central going to come down to one play from the 3-yard line. Matt Kuntz takes it. He is looking to run. He is going to be gobbled up, and the season is over. It happened right in front of me, and Matt Kuntz is absolutely dejected. And the West Lafayette team has charged the field.
Oh, my goodness.
That defense read that play from the get-go. That was all quarterback Matt Kuntz from the get-go. West Lafayette comes from behind, trailing 35-14, storms back from behind, and has won this game 42-41. They will advance to take on Knox next week in the regional. What a game.
Oh, Kevin, and just heartbreaking for Hanover Central here. And, it's a dream season, a wonderful season for these folks, and for it to end this way has to be just heartbreaking.
Well, this one's going to come down to, it was all momentum. This one was all momentum and patience and coaching. Shane Fry across that sideline has been here before. He did not panic. The last play of the second quarter was a Hail Mary. Everyone's ready to go to the locker room. Brian Parker calls timeout with 2 seconds left. And with, at the 37-yard line, kind of gets ready to throw one up. Gives it to Verrett. Verrett makes a few amazing missed tackles and finds the end zone. West Lafayette now trailing by 3 touchdowns. They're still panicked. They come out. They go on a long time-consuming drive to start the third quarter and score and sort of set the tone for a second half that clearly belonged to the Red Devils. Hanover Central, though, gave the ball to Caden Verrett, 90-yard touchdown run. You thought they're not going to be able to catch Hanover the way Hanover's offense is going. Hanover tried to put it in the locker. but just could not salt away this Red Devil offense, who behind quarterback Carson Kitchell and running back Dawson Martin just made the big play when they had to.
All right. Thank you, Kevin.
I got to send you loose because I got to get some. I got to write a story for the paper.
Sir.
So, boys, thank you for everything you do, and we'll see you next year.
Yes, sir. Excellent job this year,
Nice
Kevin.
job,
We appreciate
Kevin.
it.
Very nice job.
All right, that's Kevin Driscoll. A heartbreaker, 42-41 loss for Hanover Central against West Lafayette. I think we're going to go ahead and take Joe Arredondo with an update from John Glenn at Knox. Joe, what's going on?
Hey, guys, 60-37, and I do have Coach Radke here. I'm going to give him the phone.
All right.
Hello.
Coach Radke, this is Ben Kolodzinski. Congratulations on a hard-fought victory.
Well, it definitely was. Long time. They ran a lot of formations and things that were kind of like recess, but hey, it worked for them, and then we went back to regular defense, and we couldn't play it. So we got to get our minds reset to where we have to do. Our offense did a heck of a job scoring 60 points. We had another one taken away from us on an 80-yard run because we got called for holding. So we got to put these things back together. When one time the offense works, sometimes the defense works. This week tonight, the offense worked.
Coach Wayne Svetanoff, and congratulations on an excellent job down there. I was so impressed. We don't get much information from Knox, as far as team statistics, but this Miles McLaughlin has really, really played well, and he's only a sophomore.
He's only a sophomore. He's pretty close to 2,000, but it's only because of Jake. That's number 5 that's on the other side that has got about 1,400 himself.
Wow.
So they work well together and complement the plays. When we have our offensive coordinators working and can come up with the schemes, you never know which night or who's going to have a better chance of carrying the ball. And right now it's working out quite well. We're going to be playing West Lafayette, and last year a lot of our players were in that game.
Right.
And we're just glad we get to go to Lafayette now and play in a regional championship against the team last year that beat us.
You got to really be proud of your team. I know you weren't very pleased with the defense and stuff, the way they reacted in parts. But, to put 60 points on a Glen team that is a very good team, you got to be proud of the kids at this point.
Well, sometimes you score too fast. Defense is back out on the field. I would say that game possession of the ball tonight, time-wise, was in John Glenn's favor. We were not in a situation where we could control the clock and keep the game in the opposite. But, hey, when you can score, you just try to outscore them, keep going with it, and work the best we can.
That's very true.
Well, congratulations, Coach. We'll let you go and celebrate with your team. Anything you want to add before we let you go?
Well, I just really this team was just phenomenal. This has been 75 years of football in Knox, and this is the first undefeated team they've ever had.
Wow!
And they won a conference championship, and now they've won a back-to-back sectional championship. These seniors have really done it. We've got 8 of them that are really bring on the young kids, and we hope that they can keep putting it together. Right now, you just win. You just win however you can.
Right.
Just like West Lafayette won in overtime. You got to win a battle no matter how you can do it just to get those points or score ahead of them. And right now, we'll really work on getting ready for our next team.
Yes, sir. Congratulations, Coach, and looking forward to seeing you next week.
Okay. I appreciate it. Take care. Thanks.
That was Coach Russ Radke with a big win, Knox over John Glenn. Coach Radke has had a lot of success around Northwest Indiana. He's been successful literally everywhere he's gone.
Yes, he has.
And he's got a big game coming next week against West Lafayette. Before we hit our break, we're going to get an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Russell Broadhacker with an update from Michigan City at Valpo. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, gentlemen, so we have 5 minutes, 12 seconds left to go of the fourth quarter. Valpo just scored again, pushing the score to 26-7. Valpo leading Michigan City.
Wow. So how are they doing this? How are they laying these points on?
This last one was Justin Clark. He had a wonderful 63-yard run, which put him within 3 yards of the end zone. Took him 2 tries, and he himself walked all the way through. So he finished his own job.
Wow.
There.
So what has been the key here for Valpo?
Valpo, I'd just say play dynamic. They're doing a wonderful job. I can't even keep track if it's going to be a run or pass. They're just being able to mix up their play scheme so well. And then all of their tools in that toolbox are coming alive. So Justin Clark to Stokes. Berta's making some giant runs. The offensive line is holding strong. They're just what plays they're calling. Everyone knows their assignment, and they're executing quite well.
Absolutely, and that's what a championship team does right now. So it looks like Valparaiso is going to take this game. Russell, how much time is left?
5 minutes left to go in the fourth. I'd say you're right.
Okay. Yeah, up multiple scores here. Russell, is there anything that Michigan City is looking for at the end of this game to try to claw back into it?
That I don't know. I think what they need to do is just, play their hard-nosed football as they have. There's nothing for them to be ashamed about in their game.
Sure.
I think Valpo was just on point the entire evening. So Michigan City shouldn't hang their head at all. Just keep playing all the way through to the final whistle.
Absolutely. Good for Valpo, good for Michigan City. This is a team that was kind of caught off guard with some injuries and still hanging tough with the defending state champion, and you got to give them a lot of credit. So one more time, Russell, what is your score and time update, please?
It is 26-7 Valpo leading Michigan City with 4 minutes, 35 seconds left to go of the game.
Sounds good, Russell. Russell, do us a favor. When this game goes final, give us a call.
Will do.
All right, thank you much. That's Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes game of the week. We're going to go from Valpo to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville and Hammond Morton. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
This game's just now gone final with the running clock there in the fourth quarter. It ends up 42-18. Morton able to pick up a couple late touchdowns as the game was put away. But 42-18, Maryville advances to the regional, and they'll host the regional next week.
So, Dr. Reed, fairly easy sledding for the Pirates today. It appears that they're going to meet the Vikings next week. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Earlier this season, we had Valpo victorious by just 2 points during the regular season. A year ago, this is a regional rematch, assuming that Valparaiso does advance on. But it'll be a regional rematch where Valparaiso was able to knock off the Pirates a year ago just by 1 point on their way to a state championship. So looking forward to a really good matchup here between the Pirates and the Vikings here in a week's time, where the last two decisions have been by a total of 3 points.
That's really great.
Yeah, real tight.
That's really tight. And congratulations to the Pirates. Morton probably put up a good struggle at the end, but Maryville just has too much talent.
Yeah, they really did a nice job, especially defensively, but certainly we saw a lot of good things out of the Pirates tonight, especially on the ground. Defensively, special teams were as good as they could have possibly been tonight. So a lot of really good things out of the Pirates. They got a lot of momentum here the last couple of weeks, and they'll be ready to take on the Vikings here in the regional as this year. The biggest difference is that the Pirates will get to host that game.
There you go. Well, all right, Dr. Reed, one more time. What was your score and time update, please?
Final score, 42-18. Maryville advances and knocks off the Morton Governors as they celebrated a very good season this year over here at Morton, and wish them all the best in the future. And thanks for all their efforts. And guys, I know this will be the last call of the season for us, so I wanted to say thanks for all that you guys do back in the studio and getting everything put on the air for us so we can talk about all the good things that our schools and our student athletes and our coaches and communities are doing for these young men and the way that they represent us out in Northwest Indiana. So thanks for all you guys do. We really appreciate it, and we'll do it again in year 16.
Dr. Reed, thank you so very, very much for donating your time here, right. And all you and the other correspondents do. We really appreciate it. You made this program go as successfully as it can be, and we want to thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Reed. Thank you for everything you've done for us. We really appreciate your hard work and dedication.
You're welcome, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville, Indiana. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage presented by Indiana University Northwest. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage, Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM. Streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and what a night of sectional football it has been. The championship trophies are being handed out as we speak, so let's see how your favorite team did around the region tonight. Starting out in 6A sectional, or 5A rather, sectional 10. This is the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Michigan City and Valpo. This game's actually still going on, the last game here in our coverage that we're keeping track of. Valpo leads in the fourth quarter 26-7. Justin Clark with 4 touchdowns. 6A sectional 1 in the B for the week, Lake Central at Crown Point. Crown Point's a winner tonight, 42-7. In this one, Larry Ellison with 3 touchdowns on the ground and Noah Ehrlich with 3 touchdowns through the air. The lone scorer for Lake Central was Chase Kwiatkowski, a 37-yard touchdown pass to Trevor Kubacki. Crown Point's going to be advancing to take on Penn next week in the regional as Penn defeated Mishawaka this evening 31-10. 5A sectional 10, Maryville at Morton has gone final, and Maryville is a winner tonight, 42-18. They will host the regional next week against Michigan City or Valpo, which is looking like it'll be Valpo. So that's where we're going to be next week, Valpo at Maryville. 4A sectional 17, New Prairie at Culver Academy. New Prairie is a winner tonight, 43-14 over the Culver Military Eagles. Zach Heinrich with a couple touchdown runs in this one for the Cougars, a 2-yard run and a 7-yard run. They will be traveling to Northwood next week after Northwood defeated North Ridge 17-14. Hanover Central at West Lafayette, 3A sectional 25, and this could have been the game of the night in the state. Huge second half comeback by the West Lafayette Red Devils ends the season of the Hanover Central Wildcats, 42-41 in overtime. You heard the call from Kevin Driscoll here on air. What a finish that was. John Glenn at Knox tonight is a final, and Knox is a winner 60-37. In that one, Knox will be traveling to West Lafayette next week for the regional. 2A sectional 33, Bremen at LaVille. LaVille's a winner 28-14. They'll be traveling to Lafayette Central Catholic next week for the regional after Lafayette Central Catholic defeated Seeger 33-3. North Judson takes down Triton in 1A sectional 41 tonight by a score of 33-7. This is the third consecutive sectional crown for the Blue Jays, and they will host next week in the regional, no matter who their opponent is, between Park Tudor and North Vermilion. Haven't seen a score on that one all night, but they will host regardless. We're going to go to a break here, and we will talk more sectional championship football after the break.
Congress denounces socialist policies.
Congress has passed a GOP resolution denouncing socialism.
I don't even know what the hell anyone's talking about here.
Why?
The problem with this debate is you instantly get cast into this parodic position. Sure, you can call me a socialist, you can call me a communist, but I want to have a discussion about what exactly we mean by that.
Making the case against capitalism. Next time on To the Best of Our Knowledge.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
What makes The Real Housewives a cultural institution? We descended into the depths of the Bravo Convention to find out.
This is my Comic-Con.
We hear from a Bravo producer.
If you want to be the villain, I'm ready to rock out.
And the housewives themselves.
I am talent, but I'm God's talent.
To understand why The Real Housewives is peak culture. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
I'm a nude model. And one of my friends says, Trisha, I am more interesting because I know you.
Join us next time for more True Stories Told Live. This week, stories about confrontations. That's the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
From Muddy Waters to Toronzo Cannon and Buddy Guy to Wayne Baker Brooks, the blues lives on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, every Friday night, beginning at 10 p.m. following game night. Cruise the blues with Mr. Jack. Visit all of your friends of the blues and wrap up with Blues Before Sunrise. Friday night is Blues Night here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org or on your smart speaker.
I made a big mistake.
There are thousands of people who did one stupid thing.
These stories have come up in every job interview I've had in the last 5 years.
And that is the thing that the internet remembers them for.
It has caused trauma to myself and my children in our normal lives.
On the next Radio Lab, is there such a thing as the right to be forgotten?
We live in a world of public shaming. Is that the type of society we want to be?
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media. As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back here with Wayne Svetanoff. We have one final call here from Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City at Valpo. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So Valparaiso cinched the win 26-7 against Michigan City. Heard a stat, this is their sixth straight sectional win, 15th overall.
Wow. So Valpo's been pretty dominant there in the sectionals. Russell, what impressed you most about Valpo there?
I think just the synergy of their offense. Their defense held tight. They obviously held Michigan City to 7 points, so a lot of kudos goes to them. But to put the points up the way that they did for Valparaiso was just outstanding. I think Clark has a demanding presence when it comes to the offense. I think his tools like Berta and Stokes really came alive tonight, so it's just really great to see an offense like that meld together. The offensive line creating the holes that they need to get the yards that they do. Synergy describes them quite well.
Russell, Clark had really come on late in the season last year when they went down to the state and won that. And his maturity and his decision makings and the way he runs that team is really probably the deciding factor for Valpo to move on and play Maryville.
I definitely agree with that. I saw quite a few times throughout the night to where he would, check a couple different options. He would hold back the run. He would check a couple different receivers. He just kept the defense on their toes. He was very comfortable in the position that he's at, and I think that his coaching staff had his back and allowed him to make those kind of moves.
All right. Thank you, Russell. We really appreciate everything you've done for us this year. You've done an excellent job covering. Just wanted to thank you and for your dedication, for the support that you've shown us here on air. And you've done an excellent job this year. I wanted to thank you.
I appreciate it so much, gentlemen. It was a pleasure talking with you both. You guys are very knowledgeable. Very thrilled to have you a part of the Lakeshore Public Media family. And, look forward to talking to you next year.
Yes, sir, Russell. Can't wait. I'm already looking forward to next year. All right, thank you much. That's Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Thank you very much, Russell. All right, so speaking of an individual that is very knowledgeable, in fact, some people say he's always right. We've got Gary Graben on line one here to talk a little bit about Sectional Week. And Gary, how are you this fine evening?
Well, I was able to sit back and enjoy this broadcast with both of you, and what a night of football. Just incredible.
Incredible. It really was, from some lopsided games to some games that went down to the wire. Gary, I don't know if you did the math, but I think we've had more overtime games this season than in my previous 2 years hosting this show combined. Do you think that's about right?
That might be. I mean, I had two in the games I covered this year. And overtime games, no matter who's playing, the timbre of the evening changes dramatically.
Yes,
when you get down to that.
Yes,
one
it
play
does.
make a difference. And obviously, at this level, and Kevin did such a great job painting the picture for us.
Yeah, he's
at
great.
this level, for all the marbles tonight, what a game! What a game in West Lafayette.
Absolutely, and we were blessed. I'm sorry, Wayne. Just to say one thing, we were blessed to have Kevin Driscoll at this game. He was one-time host of this show. He's been a long-time Hanover supporter. No one knows Hanover football better than him, other than the people on that team and the people who coach that team. So we were blessed to have
him. He might as well be on staff.
It might as well be.
He really has the inside information for us. He paints a picture for us when he can do the games, which are the away games for Hanover. Just remarkable. And tonight, again, in particular, just the story, as sad as it did end for Hanover, really, as you guys were talking about, without checking, it has to be the best game in the state tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
I totally agree, Gary. And but when you take that game, and put it aside, the rest of the sectionals, which team surprised you the most tonight?
Well, I think, one of the things, we keep waiting for that Valparaiso team to kick in, and it seemed like maybe here after the second quarter they may have kicked in a little bit on offense here with Michigan City. So I think, they beat Merrillville during the season, but I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that game was at Valpo. So they're going to have to travel to Demery next week. But I think that one is a little bit of a surprise. If you want to talk bigger picture surprises, I think the fact that the big three in the Northwest Crossroads, Hobart, Andrean, and Lowell, did not make any noise in the playoffs this year.
Right.
I think is a resounding vacuum of where usually at least two of those three teams are looking for sectional championships. So taking that a different direction, I think that's one of the things as we look at sectionals as a whole. But as far as winning the sectionals, Coach Radke, it doesn't matter where he is; he's just going to do it. And this was quite an impressive run for them, and they're not done. They're gonna have a game plan next week, even though West Lafayette is a difficult team to prepare for. That they're going to have a game plan next week too. So I think interested to follow what Knox is going to do, and then obviously our heavy hitters like Crown Point. How far can they take this run?
Right. Right. You know, we got Valparaiso, you've got Crown Point, two teams in Northwest Indiana here that can really do some damage. It would not surprise me if either of those teams, or both, or none, in fairness, ends up in the state championship game. Both of these teams are very good.
It's very difficult to predict. I don't know if you guys had a chance to even talk about that, but it's difficult. Tom Maloney and I on our Friday morning hit on the radio talked about this a little bit on, you know, who has the best chance to make it to the Dome. And I like a lot of our teams to make it to the semi-state, but boy, that semi-state round is a meat grinder.
Oh, sure.
And so when we think about who's going to be able to keep pushing through, you may need, you know, we know that Justin and the Miracles for Valpo last year had an incredible semi-state game to overcome the odds. So you're going to need a little bit of luck. Exactly. You're going to need health. You're going to need all the things to fall in your favor. But they don't just let you go down to Indianapolis for free.
You know, and also I want to be I'm remiss to say that, I mean, we completely forgot about Maryville. You know, Maryville only lost to Valpo by just a couple points. So, this regional game next week is going to be an incredible game. These are two teams that know each other really well.
I think, Wayne, I don't know if you agree with this, Wayne, but I think Maryville, for one of the rare years, they're sort of under the radar.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, that they're winning. They're playing good football, solid football. Dr. Reed, you know, the anchor man of our team, he has tried to convey this to us, that this is just a team that is showing up and winning games. And
Absolutely.
It may not be as flashy. It might be not as many Division I players. But Coach Cease has these guys humming along in unison. And I think that's, as we look ahead, I don't know who you would look to take in that game, Wayne, but I think the home field could make a difference next week.
I totally agree with you, Gary. And, and plus, Maryville lost the game earlier in the season by just a couple points. And they're at home. Mm-hmm. So just like you said, this is going to be a very, very tight game, and I don't see it as a blowout in numbers. I don't see Maryville having 42 and, something like that. I think this is going to be a really tight game. I
agree. I think it's going to be, again, a lot of seats available, so fans can start making their plans now.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be very interesting to see. Of the Northwest Indiana teams that are still around, I think that I can't remember. Knox, are they traveling or are they hosting?
I believe they're traveling.
They're traveling. Okay, so they're going. What Steve says yes. So they are traveling here. So Valparaiso and Maryville is going to be our local game. Crown Point is heading to Penn. Penn has had home games the entirety of the playoffs, so that's interesting there. And New Prairie is actually heading to Northwood, which is out in Napanee. So there's going to be one show in town here next week, and it's going to be a heck of a game.
It's interesting, that New Prairie Northwood game, too. Northwood has really come on this year.
Sure.
I have one of my televisions is actually on just an antenna, and if I stand on my head with one hand in a pan of water and point to the east, I can get South Bend State. And I have seen some features on that Northwood
Yes, they're very good.
And they really, really are quite a group. So New Prairie is going to have to gird their loins here for next week, because that is a very, very, very good team they're going to be playing next week.
Yeah, they Northwood actually almost lost today. They had a tight game. I guess one of their superstar players sat out due to two of their top players. Steve is giving me the 2 sign here, due to disciplinary reasons, it appears. So it'll be interesting to see if they return for next week. But they almost blew their season because there was a little bit of an issue off the field for that program. So if they come back full strength next week, New Prairie is going to have their hands full.
You also, we need to make a note here. North Judson did not have their regular season as we would expect. But again, come playoff time, we see how important playoff experience and a winning tradition is. Both with West Lafayette and with North Judson, that these are schools that have really been sharpened by years of playoff activity. And they are able to overcome a lot of things that may have happened in the regular season, but do things right here in the postseason. And again, North Judson, with that win tonight against Triton, that was because Triton had mowed through their season pretty easily.
Right.
Pretty impressive with Coach Lambert there.
Steve has something he wants to add. Steve, what do you got?
Yeah, believe it or not, coming into this game with 2 consecutive seasons going to the semi-state, North Judson was actually an underdog tonight against Triton, going down 7-0 early in the first quarter. Then they scored 33 unanswered. So that's a good point that you make there, Gary, about them being an experienced postseason team shining when it mattered most.
Well, and with those kind of stats, too, they put the pedal down tonight. I mean, that's taken Triton's heart when you can run off a scoring run like that. So very impressive. And again, I know a lot of our listeners don't follow a lot of 1A stuff. There's obviously a potential NFL 1A team in the southern part of the state with Indianapolis Lutheran. They have the longest winning streak going in the state of Indiana. I don't know how they did tonight, but they're really one of those teams that will be in 2A next year with the realignment and the success factor. But for this year, there's certainly a brutal team waiting in the Dome, but North Judson has proven that they can beat a lot of teams, and this is their time of year. They're a November team.
Gary, as you look down for the regionals next week, what do you think the chances of Crown Point traveling to Penn and winning there?
I like Crown Point's chances. I mean, I know Penn has had a decent season, but if we go back to week 1, Coach Marshall at Valpo, because that was the Valpo-Penn game, he told me when I saw him in week 2 that really that was a game that just got away from Valpo. They should have been able to beat Penn. And when you look at it that way, Coach Marshall's not speaking in hyperbole. He's just using an objective lens. And if Valpo can hang with Penn, there's no reason Crown Point can't win in Osceola.
Right. Well, Gary, we're going to go ahead. We're going to keep you on. We do have a hard break we have to take right now, but we're going to come back and we're going to talk about some of our surprises and big person view, 9-mile view of the season to this point.
All right, I'll get my glasses on.
All right, thank you much. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and I know what you're asking yourself. Who won the sectional championships tonight? Well, I have your answers right here. Starting out with the 5A Sectional 10 Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City and Valpo. Valpo was victorious tonight behind Justin Clark's 4 touchdowns, 26-7. 6A Sectional 1 and the Beef of the Week, Lake Central at Crown Point. It was all Crown Point tonight as they are victorious 42-7. They will travel to Penn next week for the regional. Maryville at Morton for the 5A Sectional 9. It's all Maryville tonight, 42-18. Valpo will be traveling to Maryville next week for the 5A Regional. 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie at Culver Military. It was all New Prairie tonight, 43-14. They will be traveling to Northwood for the Regional next week. 3A Sectional 25, Hanover Central at West Lafayette, and possibly the game of the night around the state. In overtime, West Lafayette takes down Hanover Central 42-41. Johnny Glenn at Knox in 3A Sectional 26. Knox takes down the John Glenn Falcons 60-37. Next week, Knox will be traveling to West Lafayette. 2A Sectional 33, Bremen and LaVille. Tonight, LaVille is victorious 28-14. They will be traveling to Lafayette Central Catholic for the regional. And finally, in 1A Sectional 41, North Judson and Triton. North Judson scores 33 unanswered to down the Triton Trojans tonight, 33-7. Park Tudor was victorious in their game tonight, so they will be traveling to North Judson next week for the regional. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
Thank you, Steve. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We've got Gary Graben on the line. We've got Steve Schmidt and Andrew Johnson here. We're going to open up discussion here. We're going to talk about what were our key surprises or our key points, what really piqued our interest about this season. Gary, what was something that really caught your eye this season?
Well, I think we've sort of beat this to death a little bit over the season, but I think the way that Hanover was able to move into the Northwest Crossroads Conference and dominate it.
Right.
And I think that was something invariably when you go different stadiums every week and you talk to people before the game at halftime, nobody outside of Hanover thought that would happen. I mean, it was really just something, the number of times I heard, wow, wait till they get in that conference type of thing. And it just wasn't the case, that they were able to handle that just like they were still in the Greater South Shore. So I think that's one of the things to start with. And again, we've talked about that quite a few times. There are other things we can get to here. But I think that still looms as the largest really issue here of the season, is that they moved into that conference like they've been playing in it for 50 years. Right.
And they did so dominantly, and they looked really good. So, all right, Steve, let's move on to Steve. And Steve, what stood out to you this season?
Well, I'm going to take a little different approach here. I'm not going to talk about one specific team, but I'm going to talk about a specific conference.
Okay.
And the Greater South Shore stepping up this year. Obviously, there was a room for a new champion with Hanover moving out. So you had teams that needed to step up, and Boone Grove especially stepped up this year, 8-3 on the season. But then you have to look at the rest of the conference. Wheeler ending the season 6-1 over the last 7 games of the season. You have an emerging River Forest ball club. You have Westside, who moved into that conference, that can run over any team in the region possibly. I mean, the Greater South Shore is a young conference. They have a lot of young players and different teams, especially with Griffith, right? Because Griffith only had one senior this year.
Right.
They're a team to watch out for next year. Calumet, I think, can have a rebound year next year. I think the South Shore is going to be a quiet conference next year that we got to look out for.
It very well could be, and it's very interesting to look at an entire conference and how things have changed and how things have expanded. Andrew, what caught your eye?
I gotta agree with Steve there. I mean, that Greater South Shore Conference is going to be wide open next year, with a lot of teams coming off seasons that weren't necessarily the greatest, but wide open. No more Hanover like this year. You got a Griffith team that has 1 year under their belt, and everybody's going to be back next year, presumably, unless you have transfers or what have you happen. But, yeah, the sky's the limit for that whole conference next year. And also, the Duneland was a lot of fun to watch this year, I feel like. It was. It was. Out of most of the conferences that we cover, it was a lot of fun. I mean, seeing if anybody could catch Crown Point, end up not happening, but they did have 1 or 2 games where it got a little close, but they did pull away in the end.
Sure.
So just a lot of fun to cover both those conferences this year.
Wayne, what caught your eye?
I'm going to look at it in another perspective, and that is, Knox is not a team that we cover very often.
Right.
And, I was surprised, and I shouldn't have been. Knox was in the regional last year against West Lafayette.
Yeah.
And so they're not a new team. They're not, and they've got a tremendous coach in Russ Radke. We know about him,
right?
But we really don't know about the individual players and things. They are undefeated, 12-0 on the season. Only other team is Crown Point,
right?
And that's just a tremendous job, and they are led by a sophomore that we've never heard of until Joe Arredondo found him.
Yeah, there's a reason why Joe's one of the best in the business.
That's right.
Sure. They've been a tremendous story this year, and they've been really impressive. And I'm going to go a little bit off the beaten path here. I'm going to say my biggest surprise, and it's not even a surprise. It is the rise of this program, the Kankakee Valley Cougars with a K. Kirk Kennedy down there has done an excellent job of, last year they struggled.
Yes.
This year they were one play away from defeating one of the best teams in northern half of Indiana in the sectional semifinals. So they were right there. And, if they had gone for two, maybe they would have taken out New Prairie. But they didn't. But he has passion in that team. He's got a lot of excitement behind there. And it's definitely a circumstance where Kankakee Valley is on the rise. There is a lot of population down there in that Wheatfield, DeMott area. There's a lot of kids that are passionate about playing for a coach like Kennedy. Kennedy's won a state title before.
Yes, he has.
And, he may or may not be able to do that at KV, but he is absolutely getting that excitement back down in that program.
I totally agree.
And being 9th in the big poll this week, he's going to fire up the Valley even
more. There you go. So, Gary, we were going to talk about individual MVPs here. Wayne, would you rather go over the area MVP units, or do you want to go over the MVPs individual?
Well, I think we can combine the two.
All right, fair enough.
As something different,
sure.
It's so hard to say, okay, this person is the best in the entire area.
Sure.
When we have a lot of good people. Well, I went in with the approach, okay, there are 5 teams of 2. And, what team here do you think had the most impact? And
Batman and Robin, right.
Yeah, I'll just go through those 5. Hanover Central, you got Caden Verrett, 1,500 yards, over 1,500. He had 31 touchdowns, and Matt Kuntz. Kuntz is over 1,700 yards passing. They were pretty dominant.
Right.
You got Boone Grove, Mark Rowland. I praised him I praised him all year. 2,732 yards passing. Amazing. First in the area. And Hunter Noonan, he was his partner, and he had over 500 yards. Hobart, Johnny Sorensen, what a great season, transferring from Lake Central, going to Hobart. He had over 1,600 yards and 17 touchdowns. And Wiley Shear had, over 1,000 yards rushing and 16 touchdowns. But you also had some pretty good ones down the list here. Kankakee Valley, Marco Castro and Diego Arrero, both were over 1,000 yards passing and rushing. But the bottom one that I kind of threw in here was Highland. And they said, what? Highland? Nick Johnson led the area in tackles with 151 tackles.
Sure.
And then you had Blake Vanek, who had an outstanding year for Highland. So as we do that, let's start with Steve. And Steve, what pairing do you think is the best in the area?
So we're running out of time here. So we can go through each one of these, but we're going to go ahead and do as little explanation as possible. Pick it, and then I'll tally up the votes.
All right, Boone Grove.
Boone Grove.
Steve says Boone Grove. 1 vote for Boone Grove. Andrew, what do you got?
Same, Boone Grove.
You got another Boone Grove vote. Wayne. I'll go last. You'll go last. I'm going with Hanover Central.
Hanover Central.
Yes. Gary, I know it's hard to follow without this in front of you, but do you have your Batman and Robin vote in front of you?
I was going to pick Ben and Wayne.
Oh, there you go.
but instead, I don't think the numbers that Rhett and Coots put up were just electronic video game numbers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think Hanover Central also.
Yeah, so that would be our final tally there. We've got 3 votes for the Hanover Central duo of Caden Verrett, who is well over 1,500 yards and well over 30 touchdowns. And then Matt Kuntz with, I would say, well over 2,000 yards passing and well over 20 touchdowns. So they are going to be our MVP Batman and Robin of this season, done democratically, of course.
Hey, Ben, before we run out of time,
sure.
I want to throw out there thanks to all these coaches who allow us to prowl their sidelines, They come on for interviews. You know, you guys interviewed Coach Mishler, Marshall, Skinner, Cease, Parker, Mason, Kukulski, Kennedy, McKim, Bazia, and then tonight, the legend of Russ Radke.
Right.
Not to mention coaches from Penn and East Lake Chula Vista High School.
Right.
So these coaches who give us that kind of access are so accommodating. They let us have players when we want players for interviews. All those people that make us better as a show, incredible. And then all these other people who, at concessions, chain gangs, all these people out at these games who make these events happen. The ticket takers, they're all very friendly. They're all always very welcoming to us. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank them for all the week after week of how welcoming it is to go all over Northwest Indiana.
Well, Gary, I would be remiss not to thank you for everything that you've done for us.
Definitely.
Gary, for the greater part of the last 15 years, has been doing almost all of the behind-the-scenes work and has been essentially a producer for this show and has been organizing these coaches, organizing which players go to which games. And, you know, we couldn't do it without Gary. We couldn't do it without Tom Maloney as well.
Right.
But, Gary, you've done an excellent job for us this season. You've done an excellent job for us over the greater part of the last couple decades here with Lakeshore Public Media. It's the most amazing thing, Gary. I haven't seen you in person in probably 5 or 6 years, but every week you become a better friend and one of my best friends because of how open and how professional you are and everything you do to help propel us here. I can't thank you enough, and God bless you.
Have you seen Brad Pitt? That's about what I look like.
You've had a little work done.
Listen, every year I say it, and I mean it every year. If people knew the quality of the people you guys are in studio and the people we have as correspondents, these are amazing people. We have a lot of educators, retired educators, people that are in these fields they've worked with kids, they know how to speak. But just working with a crew like you guys is just a pleasure every week. And, you know, people don't realize often, but our correspondents are all volunteers. We are all volunteers in the field. So when we choose to go somewhere, it's because we love the game and we love working with you guys. Also, a tip of the cap to our new CEO, Chuck Roberts, who is very supportive of this show and will hopefully allow this to continue as we go into the future.
And I want to thank Joe Arredondo for going out in the field.
Yes.
You know, it'd be easy for him to just sit here and sit next to us and comment. He has volunteered to go out in the field to report and be one of our, correspondents. And he is this show. He has been on this show for so many years, and we want to thank him for what he's done.
He also got an interview with one of the most intimidating coaches in Northwest Indiana for us tonight.
And he didn't stutter during it. He put his brave face on and went and got it.
I think I was nervous here.
I know I was. So Gary, we're going to let you go. I want to thank you for everything this year, and thank you for everything. And I'll be talking to you soon. And God bless you.
God bless you, buddy.
You guys too. We'll be in touch.
All right. Thank you much. That was Gary Graben. Gary Graben is always right. Wayne, we got about a minute here. Is there anything you want to add before we start going through all these things? I'm gonna do that here soon. Any words of wisdom here for the last couple of minutes?
It has been a pleasure, literally a pleasure, to work with you on this. You've done a tremendous job. The organization, the movement of the, when to put the commercials in and when to do the promos.
Yes.
You've done an outstanding job.
Thank you. It's been a little bit of a different year. We've had hard breaks this year that have been a little more difficult with a lot of action, a lot of calls coming in. So it's been a kind of a hard sled sometimes, but I will say this much. Everything is as good as your crew is. And Wayne, I've been working alongside of you for 17, 18 years now. I've been working alongside Joe for 17, 18 years now, and you and I have shared this desk for the last 2 or 3 seasons, and I can't thank you enough for everything you do for us, all of this analytic work that Wayne does, all of the things that you have taught me, that Joe has taught me, and all the folks that I've worked with here at this station is a really blessing, and you let me have this fun that we have every Friday night.
We do.
And this Friday night, this fun that we have, we hope it's fun for you too, folks. We're not doing this to get rich. We're not doing this to be famous or get waved at on the golf course. We're doing this because we love the kids, we love the sport, and we love everything about it. And we can't do this without support and the people who support us. We have our main show sponsor is Purdue Federal Credit Union. Sacred Dunes, we want to thank them. They did our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week segment. Ivy Tech is a show sponsor. NIPSCO is a show sponsor. Plasters and Cement Masons Local 692, they did our scoreboard updates. But this is where the fun happens here. I want to thank Joseph Bermudez and Leila Castro. They were doing the television side of things. They were, integral graphics and integral for all of that work. I also want to thank our radio crew. We've got Will Farlow on the phones. We've got Andrew Johnson manning the switches. We've got Steve Schmidt providing the scoreboard updates. We've got Tom Maloney, who's the vice president of radio. We've got to thank him. We've got to thank the new CEO, Chuck Roberts, for allowing all of this to happen. Wayne, I want to thank Joe Arredondo, and I want to thank you as well. This has been a wonderful, wonderful season.
Yes, it has.
And I couldn't be more proud of the product we're putting out there.
I agree.
And, if you like what you're seeing, if you like what you've seen and all that, feel free to donate. We love our underwriters. We love doing this for us. And I want to just say, God bless you, everybody. This is Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
This is Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM, Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, one final time for the season here on 89.1 FM, so let's see the finals around the region. 5A Sectional 10, Sacred Dunes Game of the Week here, Michigan City and Valpo. Valpo takes the victory tonight, 26-7. 6A Sectional 1, Lake Central and Crown Point was the beef of the weekend. It was all Crown Point, 42-7. They'll be traveling to Penn next week for the regional. 5A Sectional 9, Maryville takes down Morton tonight, 42-18. Valpo travels to Maryville for the regional next weekend. New Prairie and Culver Military in 4A Sectional 17. New Prairie's a winner tonight, 43-14. New Prairie travels to Northwood next week. 3A Sectional 25, Hanover Central and West Lafayette was possibly the game of the night in the entire state of Indiana. In overtime, West Lafayette takes down the Wildcats 42-41. Knox and John Glenn in 3A Sectional 26, it was all Knox tonight, 60-37. Knox will be traveling to West Lafayette for the regional next weekend. Bremen at LaVille in 2A Sectional 33. It was LaVille 28-14 tonight. They will be traveling to Lafayette Central Catholic next week. And finally, 1A Sectional 41, North Judson takes down Triton, scoring 33 unanswered points to defeat the Triton Trojans 33-7 for their third consecutive sectional crown. North Judson will be hosting Park Tudor next week. Thank you to all our loyal listeners for these past 12 weeks. We appreciate you tuning in and us giving you the coverage throughout the last 12 weeks, and we look forward to talking to you next year on Game Night. Mr. Jack is next.